Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford's 2025. There is a definite crisis in the United States. We can confirm that a fake Trump has completely taken over the Truth Social, the White House, and appeared at NATO. If you look at this video...
That's not allowed. No way.
Can we take photos for the president?
Nope.
These aren't official photographers.
They're posing.
Okay. Hey, wonderful. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. All our friends from the United States can join me to the buses. No stuff left over there? Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks.
Can you take all your stuff?
You can see that Trump is about the same height as the Queen of the Netherlands, and she is 5'10". According to Trump's own medical records, after his recent checkup, he's 6'3". So we definitely have a serious last-minute attempt by the Zionists to control government, and they definitely control whoever's in the White House pretending to be Donald Trump. We asked our people at the U.S. Space Force and the Defense Intelligence Agency and our other sources to try to find out what happened to the real Trump, but we can confirm that this fake, who's showing up and asking people not to persecute, or asking the Israeli government not to press corruption charges against Benjamin Netanyahu, which is ridiculous. I mean, the man is a war criminal, not to mention just a common criminal, and to have the U.S. president try to interfere in the justice system of another country is ridiculous. Now, the other thing that is obvious is that all the reporting on Iran has become incredibly fake, and it started with Ayatollah Khamenei making a speech saying, "We almost destroyed the Zionist regime, so now we're going to stop." That's not what I'm hearing from my own Iranian sources. My own sources are telling me that Khamenei is no longer in power, so he's being used in the Western media to make it look like Iran has stopped attacking Israel. But our own sources in Mossad and the Iranian sources say that they are definitely still going to keep attacking Israel until it stops its, genocide in Gaza, and basically they want to replace that racist country with a new country called Judea, which would allow all the residents equal rights. It would be but anyway, that is going on. Now, the other thing that's not in the news in the West is, and this was sent to me by the Iranians, is that Azerbaijan, the country north of Iran, allowed Israel to use its airspace to attack Iran. For that reason, a massive missile struck Azerbaijan. I'll try to get a link to the video of that. So that has expanded the attack to some extent. Now, the other thing is the Iranians are now posting videos of a bunch of F-35s that they claim they shot down, and it's clear that Israel now has no defense. However, and this is where it's getting really complicated, according to the French journalist Thierry Meyssan, Iran has an oil pipeline connected to Israel, and they're supplying Israel with oil, and this was continuing throughout this staged war. Not only that, the Russians and their official news agency TASS are saying that the Russian work helping with the Iranian nuclear program continued throughout these so-called attacks. But we can confirm that more than a third of Israel has been destroyed. I mean, the houses in Tel Aviv and Haifa and other towns are being demolished, and the citizens are trying to flee, but the government is not allowing them to. So I've been asking my military contacts, and I like anybody watching this video to do the same thing, to say, look, it is now obvious to a huge majority of the people that the politicians we're watching on our screens are traitors. When you have 85% of Americans said that the United States should not attack Iran for Israel, and yet we have all these politicians waving Israeli flags saying we got to attack Iran and cheering the attack on Iran. That shows that they don't work for the American people. They are almost certainly blackmailed traitors. So it's just a question of arresting a few hundred people, mostly members of Congress and politicians in the West, and probably compromised top brass. But I am asking my own military connections, and I'm asking everybody watching to do the same. Look, the fact is the current regime is not going after the Epstein Island criminals. They're not going after the torture, and they still control many of the G7 governments. So, we need to get something done. But, my own military contacts do say that the military refused orders from Pete Hegseth and the fake Trump to further attack Iran, that they were forced to back off. They had no choice. This was a revolt by the military rank and file. So what they ended up doing as a face-saving device is, after the compromised members of the Air Force did allow B-2s to attack an Iranian nuclear site, the first thing we must remember is that this was sabotaged by members of the U.S. military who told the Iranians that, there's going to be attack, here's where it's going to be, and allowed them to prepare. So that's a sign that there are people in the military who were doing their best to prevent these nut jobs from starting World War III. Now, the other thing was that they, allowed Iran to retaliate by attacking the U.S. Air Force base in Qatar, and they also told the Americans in advance. So what this means is that officially the United States attacked, Iran retaliated, and that's it. It's over between the United States and Iran. But it's not over between Israel and Iran. That is still going on. And I heard that from MI6 that the Iranian military has taken over the government, and they've realized that there's a nest of Freemasons, who took over, their government as well, as part of this insane plot to start World War III with Gog versus Magog. Now, the other thing I've been told by my military contacts is that the people behind the fake Trump are desperate for money, and they were hoping to use this, attack on Iran to get their hands on Persian gold, which is what they need to pay off their debts, and they didn't. And so now I've been warned by U.S. military white hats that they're going to plan some kind of nasty provocation with China. Again, this will be very dramatic, and it'll seem like World War III, but it's a bluff. They know very well they would lose completely if they really tried to fight a war with China. However, they might do something dramatic, like take out some Chinese satellites, or do something pretty over the top, and this is another reason why we need white hats to take action. Now, if that's not enough, I think people also need to remember that the people now in power in the West, I'm asking everybody with military contacts to ask them why these bribed criminals are still running our government, and to force from the rank and file up to the top where all the corruption is located to remove these people. They don't hold elections in the West anymore. I think there were in the 2020 election. There were, what, 52 million more voters than there were registered votes, people registered to vote. And this is also, this is not just the United States. Canada also basically stole its last election. And this has been going on in South Korea and Japan for a long time, although that may be about to change. I'm hearing that the puppet regime in Japan is being removed, and there's some kind of move with South Korea too. I expect that North Korea will take over there. They will join the peninsula, but the main point is that they no longer, these Zionist wackos are no longer in control of East Asia. That means Taiwan, South Korea, Japan are not going to obey the fake Trump. And this is not just speculation. This is public announcements by the Japanese government that they're not going to meet the U.S. Delegates to talk about increasing military spending. They're basically saying, no, we're not going to fork over any money to you criminals. So it is a desperate situation. We also saw this NATO summit where they promised 5% of the budget would go to the military 10 years from now, but they don't have money here and now, and they didn't pledge anything immediate because they don't have it. And Zelensky, the dictator, or the TV character pretending to be dictator of Ukraine, was being snubbed all around, and that whole fiasco was blowing up in their faces. They don't like to talk about it anymore because it's basically over. They lost, and so they're trying to pretend they didn't, but they did. So again, we're dealing with a terminally corrupt system, and the fact that they did not release the JFK files, they did not release the Epstein files, shows that almost the entire public political spectrum in the West, and that includes Canada, the United States, England, has been taken over by satanic gangsters who control through bribery and blackmail. And this is continuing. So we need to take action. We can't just sit and watch this show forever. And if I look, if you just, they're right now, for example, they're trying to put out this false narrative that Israel won a huge victory against Iran, and that the bombing totally destroyed the Iranian nuclear program and everything. But if you look at any comments that aren't censored under any news site, you'll see that nobody believes them. So we have now a critical mass of, I'd say 80% of the people understand that we have a fake government run by pedophiles. And so it's up to the military and the police now to go up the chain of command, and it's being removed. And this is the situation we face now. I will try to get more information to you as it comes, but we need, first of all, to find out what happened to the Trump who was elected. The tall one was Melania. He's missing in action, so that should be a high priority for the U.S. intelligence, the real intelligence people, is to find out where he is and bring him back and remove this fake Netanyahu supporting clown that we're seeing all over our screens these days. That's not Donald Trump, and we need to find him. And if he's not there, then clearly some kind of military emergency has to be declared because the commander-in-chief is missing. That's the reality we're facing. So overall, though, Israel is being destroyed. That's still continuing, and no amount of fake news is going to cover that up. You cannot hide reality forever. So hopefully things will get better, but I expect in the meantime more provocations. And we got multiple signs of some kind of huge false flag in the United States, and also perhaps in Southeast Asia around Independence Day, July 4th, 5th. The Chinese have all canceled their trips to Japan, and people are evacuating Tokyo because they expect something there on July 5th. And the Iranians uncovered a huge Israeli plot to stage a massive false flag in the United States, and they warned U.S. authorities and put an end to that but they're still going to try other things because we're dealing with very desperate, very dangerous people who realize that they're going to face the death penalty for what they've done, among other things. This is what we're dealing with at the end of the day, and it's going to require military action. I've been asking my personal contacts, and hopefully, something will happen. But that's the situation we're facing now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. I watched Trump address the nation, and like a previous comment, noticed Trump was a lot shorter than J.D. Vance. I know you touched on this earlier already. I also noticed that J.D. Vance's body language, by J.D. Vance's body language, he seemed unimpressed by Trump's comments. Surely J.D. Vance would know which Trump is the real one. If this is the fake one, why is J.D. Vance going along with it?
Well, that's a very good question. And clearly, I think what we're seeing in the United States is government by reality TV. So in other words, all those people in the Trump administration, I mean, many of them were picked because they were telegenic. They were good on TV, and so we have an acting, troupe pretending to be a U.S. government, and we need to go after the script writers, the people who are, writing this plot, and that trail will lead to the Chabad death cult, as well as, members of the Rockefeller, Rothschild, Agnelli families. These are the people we need forensically to deal with. But clearly what we have now is not a government. What we have is a reality TV show trying to guide us into a predetermined future determined by people who don't have our best interests. Next question.
Ben, we have a secondary question to the two Trumps. The two Trumps, as it is, propose an enigma. They can't appear publicly at the same time, even in different places. So that begs the question, who is the person that's actually coordinating appearances and cueing some insiders not to raise the issue publicly? And what reasons do the opposing camps have to allow this?
I've actually run into instances where we have different Trumps appearing at around the same time, but that question is a good one and it needs to be answered. But as far as I can tell, the trail leads to the top of the the visible people who need to be removed are the fake Pope, the Jewish Pope Leo, and fake King Charles, because right now they control the money printing machinery that is what's keeping this whole show going on. Basically, as long as these people can produce funny money, they can hire mercenaries and actors and bribe people. So that's at the end of the day, we're going to have to go after the Pope and the fake king because these are the publicly visible, highest ranking members of this cabal, and that's where we need to focus in order to get this done. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Did the U.S. actually bomb Iran's nuclear facilities, or is this just more BS to kind of run around the ring?
Well, the International Atomic Energy Association, who've been inspecting these facilities forever, say there was no radiation leakage. The Iranians themselves say those facilities were abandoned, and the only radiation is coming from the depleted uranium that the Israelis illegally used in Iran. So, they did not bomb the facilities, and I've been told by my Iranian sources, and it's also in public, they have withdrawn from the anti-nuclear treaty, and they did a nuclear test. So they already have a nuclear weapon. They have a bunch, and they have missiles to deliver them. So this attack was fake. Or it wasn't fake, but it didn't accomplish anything. That's the U.S. military saying that. Next question.
Ben, I saw a source which said that the Canadian Governor General asked for a recount of all Canadian ballots and that Poilievre had won 6 more ridings and that made Carney no longer RPM. Also, that she had approved the removal of Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC from Canada. I have not heard this anywhere else. What are your thoughts?
Well, Mark Carney has proven himself to be a traitor by, for example, supporting the attack on Iran, which has nothing to do with Canada, and the G7 meeting he held was a huge flop. He was offered a chance for Canada to propose a future planning agency to replace the BIS, the IMF, and the World Bank structure, and that it would have $100 trillion financing as well as backing from the BRICS and the large part of the military and the intelligence community, and yet he refused to act on it. And he has not nationalized the Bank of Canada. If he did that, then Canadians would no longer need to pay income tax and we would have no more debt. But he's continuing the system of Babylonian debt slavery. So I hope this is true. I'll try to find out, but we definitely need the military to remove these corrupt and compromised politicians in the UK, in Canada, and the US, and probably Australia and New Zealand as well. The Anglo-Saxon political system has been hijacked by a Satan-worshipping gang known as Chabad, and this is not deniable at this point. So we do need action. I hope it's true. I'll try to find out. But currently, everybody you're seeing as a politician in the West is a compromised actor, and this situation cannot be allowed to continue. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. Silver is viewed in many circles as being the linchpin that brings down the fiat monetary system. As a monetary metal, when the price of silver rises drastically, it will reveal the tens and hundreds of trillions of dollars printed out of thin air, resulting in hyperinflation. When will a large buyer finally drain the last ounces of silver from the banks, freeing humanity from the evil money exchangers? All it could take is a few $1 billion, as the silver is a very small market.
I know that the Latin Americans and the cartels are trying to use silver as a backing for a new financial system. They also promise that they will, take all the money that they have in warehouses from the drug trade and offer them to the future planning agency for humanitarian projects. So there is a move, to use this, to go for a silverback system. And the advantage of silver over gold is that a lot of the silver is controlled by Latin America, whereas most of the gold is controlled by Asians. And I believe that it was the silver lobby that prevented the Asian Pope Tagle from becoming, or the Archbishop Tagle from becoming Pope, and they offered silver Latin silver instead of Asian gold to back the financial system. So let's see. But yeah, the fact is that they found these ancient cuneiform documents going back thousands of years that show that the amount of silver needed to buy a certain amount of grain is the same as thousands of years ago as it is today. It holds value, whereas the fiat dollar is like 1% of what it was 100 years ago. It has no value. So I think we're headed towards a new reality-backed financial system, and silver will have a major role. But I don't know exactly how it's going to play out. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week after the Canada Day and the July 4th celebrations, and hopefully they won't be able to carry out. Japan did try to become independent around
2010. The Democratic Party of Japan was in power, and the American puppet, the LDP, was out of power, and they were, trying to forge an independent, national policy, and they were going to stop handing over Japanese money to the military-industrial complex. What happened was, of course, that Japan was attacked on March 11th, 2011. A nuclear weapon was, 5 nuclear weapons were buried in the seabed, were drilled in the seabed. And, they caused Fukushima, hit Tokyo next, and so the Japanese government caved and agreed to install the puppet Abe. Now, people were in the room with him at the time when the election was stolen that made him prime minister. And the first thing that happened was he was brought over to Davos in Switzerland to speak before the whole Davos crowd. And in his speech, he bragged that China was like Germany before World War I, and that it was about to be attacked by everybody and, split up into several countries. He made open threats. He read a Davos script. The other thing that Abe did was he set up a biological warfare facility disguised as a veterinary college, something that's been happening all over the world. And so he was a war criminal. There could be no doubt about it. I say past tense, we shall see. It's interesting. I was just, sending a message to his wife yesterday about something unrelated, but clearly this is a move that will have a lot of repercussions. It's also interesting that it's happening while the G20 foreign ministers are meeting in Indonesia to discuss, hopefully not the usual nothing, but actual fundamental changes to the way the planet is run. In particular, the United Nations Security Council. Now, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council are France, England, the UK, United States, and China. I'm sorry, did I mention Russia? Russia, France, England, United States, and China. And 4 of those 5 are Western. And that's not the composition of the people of the world. So what's happened is we've had everybody come out from the rest of the world. Okay, so the Prime Minister of India, the Saudis, the Indonesians, the Africans, everyone's saying, enough is enough. And there's a world boycott going on now against the G7 group. And the Russians have been forced to side with the rest of the world, because they realize that the people who control the G7 countries are Nazis. They are bent on genocide. They are incompetent. I mean, any look at what's happening in the United States will make it obvious that we're suffering from a systems failure. We're suffering from a regime failure. We have a group of criminals, obvious criminals, who have seized power. Now, the other thing we need to point out at this is that a lot of the problems are now pointing towards the Vatican and the so-called Pope Francis. When I say the so-called Pope Francis, you got to remember the real Francis was out there. He kind of solved a 1,000-year rift with the Russian Orthodox Church. He was the first pope to go to the Muslim world. He was really a very powerful and dynamic man who was trying to unify humanity. And then he was replaced. Remember, he disappeared, and for 2 weeks, instead of appearing at the window of St. Peter's, a hologram, an obvious hologram, was there. And then later, the man pretending to be Pope Francis was caught adjusting his rubber mask. There's a video of it. So the person who is now pretending to be Pope Francis is a fraud. And I asked the Peace-Free Freemasons who controls them, and he says a bunch of Kabbalists. It's their name for Khazarian mafia. They are the world's worst criminals, and an international campaign has clearly begun. The Georgia Guidestones being blown up was a sign that the plan to commit the removal of Boris Johnson means that we can now expect England to openly break from the NATO nonsense about the Ukraine. And in the Ukraine, I believe that the Ukrainian generals will remove the fraud Zelensky, and something's going to happen. I think something very, very big is about to happen. If things are going according to the alliance, the World Alliance's plan, then Europe will be unified. So from Lisbon to Vladivostok. That means Europeans will be able to have, country houses in Siberia, and it'll be a very good thing. It'll be an end to constant war and strife. It's something the Russians have always wanted. When the Soviet Union fell, said, okay, well, now we can join NATO. And they said, no, why not? Well, because we need an enemy? Well, it's because the Khazarian mafia hate the Russians because they're genuine Christians, and they have a policy of going after people who resist them on a generational basis. They wipe out entire races. They're profoundly evil. Now, the United States of America, too. Okay, you want to see a difference between the United States and Mexico? Look at the people, okay? The Spanish intermarried with the locals, and we have today's Mexicans. The Americans slaughtered the native peoples, and that's why we have today's Americans with a few, token reservations. So the current United States is built on genocide, and it's been the source of problems for the entire planet. It's in its 200 and whatever years of independence, it's almost been constantly at war with some place. Since World War II alone, they've attacked more than 35 countries, and now the nations of the world have been provided proof that they have built biological warfare facilities around the world. So the United States Republic, built on the ideals of democracy and freedom of the press, it's long gone. It's been taken over by a fascist group that wants to turn this planet into a giant animal farm with us as their chattel, their sheeple, do whatever they want to with impunity, and themselves as like God kings. And we know who these people are. So, for example, getting back to Abe, he's from the Mitsubishi group. They put him in. He went, to Seikei University, which is Mitsubishi University. Now, the Mitsubishi people are the main front for the Rockefeller family in Japan. That they're all chummy. So I think this was an aimed at the current head, I understand, of the Rockefeller clan, which is David Rockefeller Jr., saying, your servants are not going to be allowed to, keep running Japan for you. So hopefully we will see bigger moves in the United States. I've heard it's going to happen in August. Let's see, but we want to see changes that are visible. We don't want to have reports on the internet that Hillary Clinton was executed, only to have Hillary Clinton appear on all the network TV stations the next day, which is, and this has been done to me. We know that the Hillary Clinton appearing now is 30 centimeters shorter than the one we saw before, but whatever. The fact that they can pretend these people are still there on their corporate screens is a sign that the battle is far from over. So we need to, at this point, for people to understand that this offensive by the good guys is going further, we need to see so that you no longer see lies and propaganda on ABC News, on MSNBC, on CNN, all those places, the AP, New York Times. They need to be forced to report the truth, and that includes the truth about and turn the United States into a fascist country after 9/11. They need to be told this. The sheeple need to see this on their TV screens. We need to have Nuremberg-type trials. The people who promote, they need to be publicly punished. It's going to happen. It's happening. I believe that what we'll see next is Russian moves against other parts of Europe. And this is going to be in cooperation with the English, okay? And it's going to be a removal of a criminal group that seized power. They control the civilian governments. I know from 30 years of reporting in Japan, I've met all the prime ministers since that time, and they're actors reading scripts. The politicians are actors. They have reading scripts. They have no power. And the situation is the same now in the West. It's no longer democracy that we're fighting for. The West no longer stands for democracy. It doesn't stand for human rights. Doesn't stand for freedom of the press. It has been taken over by a very sinister group of gangsters. We need to remove them. The reason why the West is still going to survive is because they didn't take over the military and the agencies. These are meritocratic groups, and they're the ones who are now fighting to liberate the West. And this will be followed by a new agreement with the rest of the planet so that we actually have competent people who have the interests of the planet as a whole in their hearts, you know, running things that affect us all. These are things like the oceans, the atmosphere, the ecosystems, things that we all share. We need to have some sort of shared agreement on how to make sure that we don't keep destroying the planet, as we have been. We have wiped out more living creatures in the past century than any time since the dinosaurs were wiped out by a meteorite 65 million years ago. That has to stop. And we have to stop having certain groups monopolize high tech under the excuse of national security. We need to have an open disclosure of technology and a sharing of this technology. It's all going to happen. You know, to conclude, some very good things are beginning and a lot of bad guys are being taken down. I'm not saying it's going to end yet. I think there's a lot more turbulence ahead, but clearly the white hats have made a counter move and it's just beginning. We're going to see a lot more before this is over. So that's what I have to say for myself today. And now I'd like to answer questions from my readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question today. This is obviously a very recent question. And although it's still currently breaking news, who do you believe shot the former Prime Minister of Japan, Abe Shinzo, today? In your opinion, would it have been a black hat or white hat operation? And does this attempt on Abe's life in any way shift the balance of power?
Well, it was a former member of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces and the Maritime Self-Defense Forces, so an heir to the traditions of the Japanese Navy. Since Abe was an open Nazi and he was building, trying to build bio-warfare facilities and start a war, I would say that this was a white hat operation by Japanese patriots who want to make Japan independent again. But the man has been caught and he's a member of the Maritime Self-Defense Forces, so clearly we're seeing some kind of military move against the civilian government here. And I expect there'll be a lot more happening before this is all over. Next question.
You touched on this briefly, but things are looking more positive now. However, there's still the question to be asked regarding reputable news sources. What are your thoughts on real raw news, and are they credible?
Well, I've heard from some actual CIA sources that they are credible, but I know they have some kind of little blurb saying that this is all a fiction and a parody site, but I didn't know that. But when I had my previous blog at benjaminfulford.com, not benjaminfulford.net, that the WordPress hosts had a similar thing there saying this is all fiction and satire, and this is apparently weasel words put in by lawyers to prevent lawsuits. Now, the only thing about Real Raw News is that I've contacted them directly. They haven't gotten back to me, and at this point, I don't really trust them as a source. I think that if we're going to have trials in Guantanamo of people like Hillary Clinton, it should be on all the TV stations, all the networks, not one news site that puts out a little excuse for, what I mean? It's not, that's not how we're going to have our disclosure. We need Nuremberg type tribunals that are visible on every TV set on earth, not some internet site that supposedly reports from trials at Guantanamo. These need to be open and public, not just released on one site. Okay, next question.
It appears as though Justice Roberts has flipped/repented. Do you have any information on this?
I only have what is publicly available, and it's very clear that the Supreme Court is on the warpath against the people behind the Biden regime, and they're, clearly in the hands of conservatives, and I would have to say probably Christians, and I would say that the American Midwest is kind of woken up, and they're taking action through the Supreme Court, among other things. I know that Texas has now publicly gone and said the election was stolen. Wisconsin has followed. I expect this is going to be a snowball effect, and the fake Biden regime will be removed. But in order to remove that, they have to peel behind that, and they're going to find Obama. And then they go behind Obama, and they're going to find Pope Francis and the people behind him. And that's how far you got to go if you want to eliminate this Biden farce. And of course, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds. Next question.
We have our last question today. What sort of scare events do you think are planned in the future to wake the people up to the fake cabal and Biden regime?
I think we're going to see more and more escalations to the brink of World War III on many places, possibly Pakistan and India as a place, North Korea and South Korea. A lot of places, they're going to try very hard to start their, longed for World War III. And I think that's going to be a wake-up call when we have people realizing that we're on the verge of destroying the planet. And this may be what we'll see. But obviously, we can also see they're trying to engineer a starvation crisis. They're doing the space thing. Now I've been starting to see reports about talk about tsunamis and some kind of pole shift, magnetic pole shift event. So they're putting every bit of fear porn they can out there, and the best way to deal with it is to stay calm and ignore the BS and concentrate on what you can see in the real world. And when you see the screens pumping out fear and hate, but you walk the street and you see friendship and love, just turn off your screen and concentrate on the real world, and we'll get through this. All right. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Well, there's a lot going on in the world as usual, and I think that all eyes are in the Middle East, where we have Russian presidential avatar Vladimir Putin in Iran, and American presidential avatar Joe Senile Biden in Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now they're fighting over something big, but I think at this point, before we go into what's happening in the Middle East, we need to look again at the overall world situation to put this in context. Basically, a proposal has been put to the nations of the earth and the United States, the United Nations, well, the United States too, that the UN Security Council, especially the permanent members of the UN Security Council, do not represent the people of the planet Earth. Remember, the UN, these are the people who have a veto on whatever the UN does. And the countries are France, the UK, the United States, Russia, and China. These are the victors of World War II. But 4 out of those 5 are European. And Europeans are now about 1 out of 8 people on the planet Earth. So clearly, the UN Security Council, as it stands now, does not represent the planet Earth. So the proposal has been to replace this with a group of 7 regions. One is Africa. One is North and South America. Another is Europe, including Russia. Then there's China. Then there's East Asia outside of China. That's in Oceania. Okay, and finally, there's the Muslim area or the Middle East, and a lot of people have, at high levels of government, agreed to this plan. So, in Europe, the Russians and the British have agreed that yes, okay, a Europe united from Lisbon to Vladivostok would be a good idea. It would have the largest landmass of any of the 7 groups. All the Europeans could have cottages or dachas in the wilderness, you know. So it'd be great. And of course, are the Khazarian would be world dictators. In the Union of North and South America, well, the Ibero-Americans agree. The problem is the Khazarian mafia-controlled governments of the United States and Canada are resisting this change, but not the U.S. military, I should point out. Now, the Chinese are on board, the Indians are on board. The area of Oceania and East Asia, that includes Japan, Australia, Indonesia, etc. The Russian presidential avatar, Boris Yeltsin, he went to Indonesia and he said, look, we'll build a new capital in Borneo for this region. So they're on board, but Japan is still an occupied country and it won't agree until a final deal is reached worldwide. But something has clicked in Japan. The post-war occupation is going to end here. The fake regime that they've had since the end of World War II will end. Now, the same is true of Germany, okay? Germany will once again become an independent country, and they'll get something like the borders they had before the end of before the beginning of World War I. You know, so this is sort of the fundamental agreement. Okay, so now let's get to the Middle East. We have the people around Biden saying, "Come on, you know, we gotta fight Iran. We'll fight to protect you from Iran. They're going to get a nuclear weapon, and we'll do everything we can." You know, and we'll send you more weapons. So please, you know, give us oil, right? Saudi Arabia and Iran have all asked to join the BRICS group. This is the people to replace the current owners of the privately owned UN, IMF, World Bank. And so the new Middle Eastern region will now focus on a balance between the 3 traditional groups there, which are the Turks, or the heirs of the Byzantine Empire, the Iranians, or the heirs of the Persian Empire, and the Arabs, the heirs of the Sassanid Empire. So these are 3 groups, and they're going to come up with some sort of deal, and that's what we're seeing. As for Israel, my understanding is that it'll be allowed to continue as a Jewish autonomous zone in whatever new configuration. Now, these groups are not going to replace existing governments. What their job is to deal with stuff that's too big for a single government to do. These are things like the oceans, the destruction of natural ecosystems, the atmosphere, things that affect the entire planet. And the rules are that everything will be decided by majority vote. It's deliberately 7 so that there will always be a majority. And the veto will only be for that one region that vetoes. It won't be for everything. So right now, the way the UN is structured, if one country like the United States vetoes, as they have constantly on behalf of Israel, everything stops. It's dysfunctional, and that's going to be replaced. So that's the big story of what's happening. Now, there's a lot also going on, and I don't pretend to understand it all, but there's something happening at the various highest levels of finance. What is clear is that the IMF no longer has money. Okay, they couldn't help Pakistan. They can't help Sri Lanka because they don't have money. They have been cut off, and the euro has fallen below the dollar because it's been cut off. Now remember, the dollar is not American. It's backed by gold and commodities, and that's why it's going way up compared to the other currencies. It's been reconfigured. It's no longer a fiat currency, and it's not controlled by the United States. The Federal Reserve Board in the United States can only pump out money to prop up the stock market and hand cash checks to Americans, which has resulted in a combination of asset inflation, where you have the stock market valuations way beyond reality, so that Tesla would have to have record profits for 60 years to justify its share prices, something like that. Don't give me any exact numbers, but the point is it's a giant hallucination. And now we have the latest real inflation at, the official number is 9.3, but if you go to the traditional way they counted inflation, you can find this at shadowstats.com. It's now 17.3%. So that means that U.S. living standards are plummeting. Now, in the meantime, what is the so-called Biden regime doing? Well, they are like a junkie who's taking his stuff to the pawn shop to get money for another fix. When I'm saying that, for example, the Washington Examiner reported that Biden sold 1 million barrels of oil from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve to a Chinese company that his son, Hunter Biden, was invested in, may still be invested in. And all these weapons stockpiles that have been built up, over the years, they are being sold. But the weapons aren't actually, most of them aren't actually going to the Ukraine. They're being sold. It's like a weapons bazaar. The Russians are buying some of them. The Syrians are buying them. The Afghans, everyone's buying them. It's like it's like they're taking their stack of, built up junk to the pawn shop and selling it to whoever at bargain basement prices. But of course, this is to the detriment of the United States military and U.S. security. So this is something that has to stop. And there's other things happening. Okay, so who are the people resisting? Well, one group for sure, it's the French branch of the Rothschild family. They are known by the name of de Rothschild. So please separate them from Rothschild from England and the Swiss branch. They're not working together anymore, okay? But the de Rothschilds have been deeply implicated in they're also now, according to U.S. military sources in Nigeria, the head of OPEC, the Nigerian oil minister, I believe, was the French de Rothschilds are funding this fake Boko Haram, which means books are forbidden, insurgency as part of an effort to steal Nigeria's oil reserves, okay? So the Nigerian military needs to understand that if they want to stop this, they've got to go to Switzerland and France and get the de Rothschild family if they want to, have peace in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, for example. So that's one of the things that's going on. Now in Sri Lanka as well, you can see they've overrun the government offices. This is happening in a lot of countries now, and it's just begun in China. The reason for this is that the Chinese Communist Party, took the model used by, well, partly by Japan, partly by the Khazarian mafia for their economy, which is a debt-based system. And the result is something like 25% of all apartments are empty. And the prices were so high that it take an average worker 44 years of paying his entire salary to buy a house for his family to live in. In other words, the real estate market got way out of touch. And the reason why 25% of the apartments are empty is because the rich Chinese who own them think the value will drop as soon as someone moves in, because then they'll become used. So we have a situation where people cannot afford apartments, who actually need one for their family, and you have a bunch of empty ones. The system is dysfunctional. This is the largest asset class on earth. It's bigger than the U.S. Treasury market, and it's collapsing. And the result is that riots have begun, and the Chinese have shown themselves to be tougher than the Americans in many ways. For example, when the government of Beijing, they rebelled en masse, and the government was forced to back down after 2 days. Okay, and now they're doing the same with the payments for loans for these apartments. They're stopping to pay it. So they're imposing something, a jubilee, on China. And this is something that's going to happen worldwide, because the total world debt load is now over $300 trillion. And they say Jerome Powell, he's going to jack up interest rates and put an end to inflation. Well, when Paul Volcker did it, there was only 100 trillion debt. So this is 3 times more, and most of it's now concentrated in the U.S. It's not. It's going to lead to a social collapse and a revolution. My advice to American people and other people is to take your money out of the bank, get cash, get physical gold. Do not trust the numbers inside the computers of financial institutions. It's all going to fall apart. One last thing I want to talk about today is I was reading a bunch of reports by a guy called David Sale, who was some kind of high-level financial guy. It's all about the Chiasso incident of 2009, when 2 Japanese, and Mr. Watanabe and Mr. Yamaguchi, were caught with $134 billion of bonds. This was some kind of high-level agency move against the people who own or control the financial system at the highest level. That's what I understand. I actually met these people, Mr. Watanabe and Yamaguchi. Watanabe said he was sent by the emperor to cash a bond so that they could finance a tunnel linking Korea with Japan. Of course, the question is, why would a Japanese have to go to Switzerland to get permission to build a tunnel between Korea and Japan? You know what I mean? It revealed a lot. In any case, to make a long story short, the whole effort failed. The bonds were given eventually by Neil Keenan to a guy called Daniel Del Bosco. He went to the finance committee of the U.S. Senate, and they said we can't do anything. He went to the Chinese Communist Party, and they said we can't do anything. And finally, Ban Ki-moon of the UN said, I'll give you $100 million to go away. And apparently he took the bribe and went away. But it shows that, somebody who controls Ban Ki-moon, and that would be, the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, these people, didn't want this to come out. But, in any case, we got to remember what we're dealing with. The financial system is the process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. And it was hijacked by a family gang, what I call the Khazarian mafia, who wanted to turn this planet into a giant animal farm controlled by them. They wanted to enslave us forever and become God kings. This is, it's obvious in their own writing. And they're still very powerful. They still control a lot of the Fortune 500 companies. And they're still holed out in the area around Lake Geneva in Switzerland. So the Russian military campaign in the Ukraine is going to have to end up around Lake Geneva if this is to end. And I believe that the American military and the secret space program will help them in this endeavor. But overall, though, what we're going to witness over the coming months is a systems collapse. There's going to be a complete falling apart of the old system, and these people are not going quietly into the night. They're not, handing over control. They're not signing everything. They're going to fight to the last penny, to the last man. And so, we got to keep the pressure up. But there's a lot of good news. They publicly assassinated Abe in Japan. And it's interesting that nobody showed up at his funeral because they knew he was just a traitor and a hired hand, not a real statesman. I think only the most senior foreign person to show up at his funeral was Janet Yellen, the criminal from the Federal Reserve Board crime syndicate. So that's a sign. But then we saw the fall of Boris Johnson. That was another big sign. And now, they are criminally indicting Emmanuel Macron. So Macron's down. And Draghi in Italy, he's lost political support. He's clinging there, but he won't be around much longer. And then the fake Pope Francis, the real one's long gone. He is not much going to be around much longer. So finally, it's coming down to when this fake Biden things. I'm hoping that the whole group he's with will be arrested when they're in Saudi Arabia. I hope the U.S. military there will take action and grab these criminals while they can, while they are vulnerable in Saudi Arabia, and put an end to this whole nightmare. But in any case, humanity will be liberated, and we are going to enter a golden age of unprecedented prosperity and harmony with the environment. But first, we have to get rid of the criminals who presided over a system that has caused the massive destruction of the environment. We have wiped out more species than any time since the dinosaurs were wiped out 65 million years ago. And every country that adopts their system suffers from a decline in population. Their system makes people not want to have babies. So when China took on their system, suddenly their population, they have no more babies. The Koreans have no babies. The Japanese have no babies. The Europeans have no babies. They're anti-life, okay? They're destroying the environment, and people are losing their families. They're not having children. So that's a sign that something is very wrong. Hamsters in cages don't want to have babies because they're stuck in cages and they see no future. People who are controlled by criminals don't see a future where they want to have a family. That's the sort of bottom line thing. They are anti-life. They're wiping out both human and animal and plant life around the planet. They're destroying the oceans. They need to be removed from power, and we're going to do it. The International Alliance, the BRICS of the British Commonwealth, the Russians, the Chinese, everybody's on board except for these final holdouts. And this will happen. They're concentrating in the Ukraine. They're still in charge of the fake Justin Castro and the fake Biden, but they're almost finished. So, folks, hang on. Take your money out of the bank, buy things that really exist. Make sure you have access to food supplies and hunker down for the turbulence that comes when we finally and permanently remove these people from all levers of world power. Okay, thanks for listening, and now I'll take questions.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question today. When you said that Russia is going to make moves in the rest of Europe, what exactly did you mean by that? Is the war going to expand? What are we supposed to expect? Are you saying Romania and perhaps other countries are going to be invaded by the Russians?
I don't think that they will have to invade. I think that an internal move will be made. You can see this with the complete shutdown of the Dutch economy. You can see this with the French Parliament rejecting the policies of the election-stealing Macron. You'll see this also when they cut off the gas, and the entire economy of Western Europe grinds to a standstill. In other words, they won't have to do it militarily because a majority of the people in Europe agree that a united Europe from Lisbon to Vladivostok would be a good idea. It'll be democratic, it'll respect human rights, and it'll be a very prosperous thing. people don't realize it, but Russia actually is a democracy. It's a European democracy, contrary to the propaganda you're seeing in the corporate press. So yeah, they're going to make a move, but it's not going to have to be military. It's the bottom line. Agreement. The British have agreed. It's basically just you know, a few criminal holdouts who have bribed and blackmailed the top levels of the political system who are going to be removed, but it won't be requiring military action. This would be more of an intelligence agency and popular revolt type of thing. Next question.
On February 26th, 2022, it was reported U.S. Special Forces seized control of the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve after learning the criminal Biden regime had donated to France approximately 35 million barrels of crude, the equivalent of 5% of our nation's protected fuel supply. However, on July 6th, Tucker Carlson of Fox News announced that the Biden regime is selling SPR reserves to India and China. Are we to understand Mr. Carlson is spouting fear porn and the SPR is not being drained, but under the safe control of the military?
I don't know for sure, but you know, the last time I looked at the Strategic Petroleum Reserve numbers, it looked like they were going down very. This is the official results. They're draining them really fast, and the reason they're doing that is because there's an international oil boycott. In other words, the petrodollar that was built by Henry Kissinger is no longer functional. The Americans can no longer print dollars and get oil. And so even if they are selling oil to India or China, it's a good guess that they are using the money to buy a different kind of oil that's more compatible with their refineries because they need to pay cash. But I don't know the details. However, I do know that the entire U.S. economy is going to eventually grind to a stop because of this international boycott of the criminal fake Biden regime. The U.S. is going to run out of oil as things go, as will Western Europe. Next question.
Hi, Ben. My question regards the Masons. There's so much data about them. Can you describe their structure a little bit? For example, the difference between P2 and P3. What does the P stand for? How many groups do they have? How do they relate to the Vatican? Also, can you elaborate on the three different popes I've heard about, the white, black, and the gray? Thank you.
Well, Freemasons are they're like there are many flavors. Okay, we'll start with that. They recruit people who are influential in different fields, and they bring them into these meetings where they informally decide stuff. And at a very high level, they were instruments of control used by royal families or other groups. So, for example, the Scots Rite Freemasons are ultimately probably headed, controlled by a member of the British royal family. I believe that's all public knowledge. Then they have the Grand Lodge de l'Orient. These are the French Freemasons, and they actually are the only ones that allow people to be atheists. And I know they controlled General MacArthur and that they were powerful in East Asia. And then we talk about the P2. This is known as Propaganda Duo, and it was a group that when I met them, they claimed that they went back 26,000 years and that they were running history according to a plot given them by extraterrestrial beings, and it was all coordinated with planetary movements. I don't know if I believe all that, but certainly they were the sort of secret control arm of the families that controlled the Roman Empire, and they wanted to create a world Roman Empire. Now, they switched from P2 to P3, partly because of the big scandal involving the P2. It's all over the internet if you want to study it, but also a lot of the people have been exiled. So, for example, Leo Zagami is now in Palm Springs, Florida or in California. He can't go back to Italy or he'll be arrested. So they renamed themselves P3 to try to make it clear that something new would happen. But these people, they control the Pope and the mafia, they told me, and they're like another branch. So, you know, it's like having different church groups, different branches of Christianity. They're not all monolith. And most of the people think they're doing charitable work for the greater good, and that they have this special network of, you know, people who are influential and they can meet informally. I think a lot of them are being manipulated right now, and they are not doing good work, which is what they think they're doing. So I don't know if that answers all your question, but they're like these collective group minds, and they're not a monolith. There's different flavors and branches, and they're not all united. That's what I could say about them. They're sort of like a chamber of Congress with a secret arm, and they do sometimes do, you know, things that involve violence and fake events. Like I believe the thing in Uvalde, Texas, there were Freemason cars all over the area there. That's what I know about them. They've different groups of them have approached me over the years, and I'm happy to have them work for the greater good. But you know, I was never brought up in this whole business, and I think Henry Makow, he says a lot of stuff how they're being manipulated by satanic Jews, and they're being duped. And you know, maybe you should read his site for more background on that. But a lot of the Freemasons are being fooled and they are being misdirected. There can be no doubt about that. Okay, next question.
Do you have any information regarding the recent mite infection to a large number of beehives, which in turn 15 million bees were euthanized by authorities here in Australia? Was this another direct attack on the food supply?
There have been a lot of clear efforts to cause a food crisis. We saw the release of, fungi that attack agricultural crops. We saw the release of army worms, which are probably some kind of bioweapon against the Chinese crops. And, you know, we're seeing, as you know, they're burning the food processing plants. They tried to stop the export of grains from the Ukraine. So there is a group that is trying to create a starvation crisis, a big move in that direction. Okay, having said that, I don't know the details exactly what happened in Australia, but I do know that there is a group that is trying to cause a starvation crisis because they want everybody to come crawling to them, basically a lobotomy in exchange for food rations. So there is a group that's pushing for that. There can be no doubt about it. I don't know about the specifics of the Australian situation, but it should be looked into it, and if masterminds are found, they should be brought to justice. Next question.
We have our last question here for today. What can you tell us about the comments that the president of Guatemala, Alejandro Giammattei, said about Biden, that he's allowing big quantities of drugs coming directly from Venezuela into the United States as an exchange for cheap oil?
That would make sense. The Latinos, they call the CIA the cocaine importing agency, and certainly drug money has been a major source of financing for the dark hats, or what do you want to call them. And it wouldn't surprise me if they're now doing some kind of drug for oil deal. It's typical of what these people do. Now, the way to combat this, I believe, is to legalize and regulate drugs so that you minimize the harm. You know, nature has a way of dealing with drugs. So, for example, you can never kill yourself by having, opium. It's got to be refined into heroin. You can't kill yourself with coca leaves. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you next week. In the meantime, enjoy your week and watch the show as the world changes for the better. Hello. For the next 3 podcast after today's. It will be pre-recorded because I'll be taking my annual sabbatical in the wilderness. So please be aware of that. But okay, so today let's take a look at the situation as we go into the summer. First of all, let's step back a little bit and look at the big picture. And what we're dealing with is a problem that has been built up for literally decades. We're talking about like the Club of Rome in the early 70s and stuff, where they had this big decision that we have overpopulation, that we had to, remove the world's population, reduce it, etc. And at a very high level, ever since then, the fact is we do not have too many people. If you took all, apparently soon it's going to be 8 billion people on Earth, you could fit them in a little 50 square mile grid. If you gave them each a Chinese-style subsistence farm, you could fit them all in Texas. So what we're dealing with is incompetence in management, not overpopulation. There's no reason why we could not have, for example, 50 billion people and double the amount of nature preserves at the same time with competent management. This is what we're hoping to initiate once this old regime is gone. Now, the thing is that the people in power, of course, they're very clever, they're very powerful, very evil, and they're not going quietly into the night. We have asked them repeatedly and politely to help finance this new project, and they have responded with and God knows what else they have planned. And so, we really have no choice at this point. They are going to be removed. Now, I know a lot of them have been, but we still see, when you still see some goofball like Macron or Biden on everyone's TV sets, you know that it's not over. I've heard another announcement of the so-called actor being Biden. It probably means that they're going to put an end to that show, hopefully. In any case, the summer, we'll see things churning in a bit of a holding pattern, I suspect. And if we do it right, we can finish this autumn. It's happening everywhere around the world now. We notice the Dutch farmers have shut down that country for good reasons. Now, I know these people in the World Economic Forum say we got to do organic farming, etc. Well, you know what? The Prime Minister of Sri Lanka said, "Oh, okay," and the problem with organic farming is you could only support maybe 1/10 of the amount of people we have now with it. So, you can't just suddenly do that, or you'll have mobs marching on your presidential palace. So. You can't just magically change millennia of practice or just with a switch of the pen. And so something's going to happen there. Now, the other thing, of course, is that the Western model itself is fundamentally flawed. Okay. The countries that are under the system of the G7, the collective West, and even China to some extent, the model they use now reduces population. It leads to people not wanting to have children. So China now, they're not having children. Japan's running out of children. Korea's running out of children. Any country that follows their model ends up setting up a system where people don't want to have families. And this is, of course, in the West, where the population is shrinking and it's not being replaced through, birth, through childbirth. The other problem with the model is that it leads to an incredible concentration of wealth in 0.01% of the population. This has happened especially since the Nixon shock of 1971, when they took the US dollar off the gold standard. What this meant was that a secret group was able to create money out of nothing, and they would hand it out, very secretly to their buddies and the elites. But essentially, it's theft. Okay, they're saying, okay, I've just put $1 trillion into this computer in the bank, and so everybody owes me $1 trillion, and they suck that $1 trillion out from the rest of the world. And this is the fundamentally flawed system that's now being dismantled. I did hear from a member of the Dragon family. This, by the way, is a European royal, not some Asian, okay? Who said that the gold has been taken away from the BIS and from the Federal Reserve Board, that they are no longer viable or functioning, and that something else is going to happen. Now, hopefully, if we get this all done right, this fall, we will have the fundamental framework for a new beginning, okay? And this is going to definitely mean a jubilee. It has to have a jubilee, okay? There's got to be a write-off of all debt worldwide, public and private. And there's got to be a redistribution of assets. All the money that was stolen by the families that own the Fortune 500 corporations through fiat money will be returned to the people. This will be done after careful study. We're not going to punish genuine entrepreneurs who created value. We don't want to, you know, make it so these people don't have an incentive to do business, but everything parasitical will be removed from the system. So there's a lot of work cut out for us. We're hoping that there'll be some negotiations this summer and that we can get it started and that they'll hand over peacefully. But if not, then there's going to be a lot of turmoil. There's going to be a lot of people being dragged from their offices and their homes and taken. I heard the secret space program people have been doing it, that they've got places in Tierra del Fuego, Diego Garcia. I know that Guam is another place where they're taking these people. Also, the Thule Air Base. In any case, a wholesale purge is continuing. But as long as we see, you know, goofball criminals, obvious and open criminals like Justin Castro, Emmanuel Macron, Joe Biden on your TV sets, and it's not over. So, in any case, I have, you know, there are supposed to be some meetings happening this summer, and maybe I'll be participating, maybe not. I'll certainly let you know if I am, but I'm expecting everything to be in a holding pattern for the next month or so. If not, you can be sure that I will get back on and let people know what's happening. So that's the other thing. Finally, I've noticed something that's happening to everybody I know. They've been hit by some kind of negative force. Now, you know, they used to say about like hallucinogens and these mind-altering drugs, you have what's known as a bad trip. So, for example, if you're feeling slightly uncertain before you take the drug, and then you get this bad trip, and it becomes full-blown paranoia. You know, that's the sort of bad trip thing. Well, I suspect that these people have some kind of electromagnetic technology that amplifies anything negative. So any slight problem with your tooth becomes a massive toothache. Any little, you know, thing in your throat becomes a full-blown lung thing. So there's some kind of huge final attack taking place. So please avoid negativity. The best way to fight a negative is with a positive, and hunker down, because, you know, these people must not be underestimated. Things blowing up in their faces. You can be sure they've got something else cooking. Please be careful. We're going to win this, but not by being overconfident or by being naive. These people didn't end up ruling the planet for no good reason. They're very, very smart. They're very, very evil. They're very, very powerful. But remember, they are concentrated in the group of families who own the Fortune 500 companies. We know who they are. We know where they are. We're going to keep going after them until we have full and total surrender. Thanks. That's it for me. You can see I've got a little bit of a lung thing from the air conditioner, but I'm fine, and I'll be a lot better after the summer. So here's wishing you all a good and restful summer, and we're going to have an autumn that'll probably be the biggest, best autumn offensive yet. Okay, now let's do questions.
Hi, Ben. What about the new Marcos Jr. of the Philippines? Do you think he's one of the bad guys, or is he with some kind of alliance and will not allow the Philippines to turn into a slave nation?
I've heard mostly good things about Marcos, that he's a member of the alliance, that he's going to help the planet. The Philippines, they've for years they've done exactly what the IMF has told them to do, and the result has been very, very bad for the majority of Filipino people. So we're hoping that under Marcos Jr., that country will finally get the prosperity they deserve, and that he is going to be working with the White Hats for a better planet. And that's in friendship and harmony with everybody, including China, India, everybody. It's no more us versus them. We're all on this planet together, and I believe that he's one of the good guys. My sources tell me he is, and now we shall see. The proof will be in his actions. Next question.
As the cost of things in the United States seems to be rising at an increasingly alarming rate, do you think we are going to see gas prices hit $10 in the U.S.?
I think that's a very realistic possibility that it could hit $10. Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia to beg for oil, and he was told to buzz off. He didn't get any, okay? He's using up the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but at the rate he's going, it'll run out by the autumn. So unless there is a regime change in the United States, a fundamental one, then yes, I expect it's very likely it'll go above $10, and that'll cause ripple effects throughout the economy. So there could be a lot of hardship until we get rid of these criminals who seized your government. Next question.
Ben, you stated that it's a good idea to take your money out of the banks because the financial institutions are going to collapse. What about people that have money in credit unions? Are they unsafe as well?
I think that the federal deposit insurance amount of about $100,000 will be covered by any new government, any new regime. Anything more than that, I don't care what sort of institution it is, you should have something that really exists. So real estate, physical gold, silver, cars, anything that really exists. And I've seen so many times when numbers on computers became worthless, or in the past it was pieces of paper. The example I always give is a friend I knew in Argentina who bought a house in 30 acres or hectares, I should say, for 10,000 pesos. A few years later, 10,000 pesos was the price of a pack of cigarettes, but didn't matter to him because he still had the house and 30 hectares. But anybody who had 10,000 pesos in the bank thought that they were set for retirement. Suddenly, they were out in the street begging. So think of that kind of scenario. Don't trust anything to do with the stock market, all that kind of stuff. It's been too dysfunctional for too long. Ditto crypto. I mean, it's just numbers on computers, folks. Let's face it. So yeah, concentrate on the real world. Next question.
Adding to our last question, there seems to be a possibility of a housing market crash as well. What makes you confident in real estate as opposed to other commodities?
Well, you see, say your house is worth $1 million, and then it's worth $100,000. Okay, but you still have the same physical house. You still have the doors, the windows, the garden, the bedrooms. You know what I mean? So it's what you have to, decouple is all these numbers and forget about the numbers and think about the real thing. Like, is the house comfortable? Is it big enough for your family? It's real. In other words, it'll still be there. Same with a car. If you have the car, you have the car. It'll still drive and it'll get you places. But if you have just numbers in a car stocks, they may be gone. So it's you gotta forget the numbers. It's a giant Babylonian con job. Putting everything in numbers, and then the numbers take on a life of their own as if they are anything except representations of things that really exist. So we're gonna have some bean counters come up, go through everything and find out exactly what the whole physical inventory is, and then start the system from that based on things that really exist, so that once again the financial system and the real economy will be very close together. Not like now where you have literally quadrillions and even bigger numbers in these supercomputers at financial institutions that totally dwarf anything that really exists in the real world. That is going to end. Okay, well, I think that's it for me today, and hopefully I'll be a lot healthier and happier and stronger after my holiday, and I wish you all a good holiday too, and enjoy my pre-recorded talks, and we'll see you in late August. Right, bye for now.
Welcome back to the Mel K Show. I have one of my favorite guests and yours back with me today to give a little geopolitical update in planet chaos. Thank you for joining me, Benjamin Fulford.
Thanks for having me on, Mel K.
Always my pleasure. Well, let's get into it. Let's start with your piece this week. We had a lot, was chock full of stuff. One thing I did want to mention, because I didn't really see it in the papers anywhere, and you would think that since he was running the money for the monarchy all these decades, people would have thought that that was newsworthy, but apparently it was ignored. Do you know anything about that?
Oh yeah, this is huge because it's de Rothschild, which means it's the French branch of the Rothschilds, and that means that they have lost control of Europe. I mean, the head of the Swiss branch was arrested in Antarctica. Klaus Schwab.
Right, I remember a while ago talking about it.
And now the French branch is down, and they traditionally had the most powerful interests in Asia, in China and Japan. So that is huge, and it means that they have lost control of Europe. And this was confirmed after I wrote my report saying that the old agreement between Frederick the Great and the Russian Tsar to divide the Russian and German lines of interest along the Dnieper River. Pardon me if I don't pronounce that right. Well, the official TASS news agency today was reported that the head of the Russian armed forces has ordered all his troops to withdraw to their side of the Dnieper River.
Right, I saw.
So that means NATO is over and Germany is allied with Russia and China. That's huge.
Yeah. Well, you said it, and again, a lot of this isn't being reported, at least not in the United States, that nobody was really talking about that this past week also, Germany met with Xi in China, apparently to discuss this, and I would think that would have big implications in the West, and it wasn't covered here. What happened when Germany went to China?
Well, I mean, just looking at the official Xinhua news agency, it's very clear that they talked about the need for a new security architecture. Okay, that's an official government news site. That means, again, they're leaving NATO and they're going to do something new with China and Russia. So that is historic. I mean, that's the biggest thing since World War II, really. And the fact that it's not being covered speaks a lot. So the way I look at it now is that we're really down to just the Rockefeller family and their allies in control of North America. That's the last sort of big stand. And the other thing that's really big is that, and this, I didn't see this in any of the Western propaganda news, but the Brazilian military has declared the election stolen. They've started arresting the Supreme Court and politicians and stuff, declared, official state of emergency, and they're pretending this didn't happen. But, the Brazilian military, unlike the U.S. military, actually had the cojones to do something about a stolen election, and they've made their move. And that's not being reported. So really, basically, what's happening now is the United States is their last holdout. And I urge any member of the U.S. military who's watching this, listening to this, is that you go up your chain of command until you identify people who actually support this blatantly stolen election.
Right.
And then you have identified them as traitors. Because, for example, in Arizona, real polls show that the Democrats only got 14%, but they're saying 51%. So the fact that they're letting this happen means they've been compromised. Either they're being blackmailed, or they're being bribed, or they're just so stupid that they shouldn't be in power anyway. So you need to start from the bottom up and purge the ranks. And you start with General Mark Milley, who's obviously compromised. But this is your chance to take back America. And today I'm wearing my Ottawa hometown T-shirt to say that Canada too has to be liberated. I know the government of Alberta and the opposition party are on board, but for example, and I know that the original Justin Castro is long gone, but the people using his avatar, they need to go. But it's just down now to Canada and the United States as far as planetary liberation is concerned.
Yeah, and it's shocking because another place where you are is Japan. Japan seemed to kind of shift also recently, and that's not being covered, though I see a little bit here and there. What is happening in Japan? It seems that something's changed, and the government there is kind of undercover. You don't even know who's running Japan if you're not there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically the imperial family, but the Japanese, they never like to directly oppose you. They always say yes, yes, and then do the opposite. So for example, they're saying, oh yeah, we'll boycott Russia, and so we'll ban Putin's daughter from visiting Japan. But then they go ahead and make a new oil deal with Russia. So
I know. Japan was the most confusing since the Ukraine war started, of all the nations.
But you see, Japan, they don't want this to be a one China show, right?
Right.
So they're they're kind of in a position to be a broker between the East and West, because they really are a hybrid at this point. And I think that's what's going on there. They're trying to reach a deal. And Japan had these huge naval exercises where you can see that the navies of all the really big naval powers, United States, England, Indonesia, and then South Korea, India, Canada, Australia, all these people came to Japan and said, okay, so what's happening is that at this point, if you look at in terms of just military power, the China, Russia, Germany group control the Eurasian landmass. Right. And the I guess it's called the Anglo-Saxon group, the Anglo-Saxon Japanese group, they control the oceans. So I think that, and underneath the surface, they're friendly with the Eurasian people, and a deal is going to be reached. So something, I think, historical is coming.
Yeah, and there's some kind of you talk a little bit about Glencore. A lot of people don't know what that is, and also that other pipeline that kind of nobody talks about in the Eurasian mass that's happening. What is going on with Glencore? You see it once in a while pop up in the news, and then it disappears. What's happening with that? Because it seems to be a big marker of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, Glencore Commodities is a Rothschild-owned corporation, and for about 30 years, they've been staging this scam, right, where, Iran's going to get nuclear weapons in a few months, so we have to attack Iran. And they raise up the tensions, and that causes the oil price to rise. And then they say, oh, no, I guess we can reach some sort of deal, and then it goes down again. And it's turned out that they've been bribing both Iranian and Israeli government officials to keep this charade going. For 30 years, they've been saying, in a few months, Iran is going to get a nuclear weapon.
Right.
But that now, last week I saw an article on Bloomberg where they pleaded guilty to flying African leaders around, or flying cash around to bribe African leaders, and paying like a $1.5 billion fine, which is nothing, because, Africa has been losing more than $100 billion a year, probably closer to $200 billion a year in resources that are taken out of there, and they're not paying the international market price. They're bribing a few government officials who put their money in Rothschild banks, and then all these minerals and oil and everything else is taken out of Africa without benefiting the African people. So, just pleading guilty ain't going to cut it. They're that's not going on anymore. That's why a lot of African countries have invited Russian troops in to kick out these colonialists, these neo-colonialists. The obvious example is when they called in the Russians to kick the French out of Mali so that they could, run their own gold mines instead of having all the gold going to the French Rothschilds.
Right. We had that in South Africa too, with the diamonds down there. Same people, I think, right?
Yeah, and the diamond thing too, that's interesting. I don't see that, but right now, basically, a diamond, let's face it, it's carbon, okay? And it should be dirt cheap. And right now they've come up with technology to make diamonds that are identical to the mined diamonds for a fraction of the cost. And this De Beers diamond monopoly, it's got to come to an end. I think if they're kind of stupid to try to limit it to these little tiny stones on people's rings, because the potential is huge. For example, maybe we could have diamond windows on cars or all sorts of things if you unleash that technology. This is an example of how these short-sighted people have been holding humanity back just to keep a monopoly on profits for themselves.
Yeah. Speaking of that, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, speaking of that, we have this week, again, not much fanfare, COP27. We talked a year ago about COP26 and the natural asset class and how this Davos crew wanted to transfer, basically a wealth transfer, all of our money to them so that then they could we don't nothing be happy. They take care of everything, even though they're causing everything. But now we're at COP27. We've got John Kerry there. I guess Pelosi's flying there now. And they want reparations for climate justice or something. What is going on at COP27, and why are we still playing along with this idea that this Davos crew should have any authority or control over anything? And yet it keeps going every year. And now they're talking about a new 10 commandments of climate.
Here what happened was that this goes back to the year 2000, the election where Al Gore had stolen by the Bush, right? They're the people I call the Khazarian mafia, the Satan worshiping elites,
right.
And they're not Jewish. I want to make that up.
I know.
Anyway, they split into two factions. Okay, one faction with the so-called war on terror, in order to save the environment, and I got involved in the fight against them because they actually invited me to join them. And then the faction around Queen Elizabeth said, no, we can save the environment by putting a carbon tax and paying third world countries to grow forests. And then we can save the environment. And what's happening is that now that the Kill 90% faction has been decisively defeated, the other groups, they're sort of circling the wagons around the carbon idea. But the problem is, it's fiction, okay? Carbon doesn't cause global warming, and an agreement was reached at a higher level where, okay, so from now on, instead of carbon tax and all that kind of stuff, it's saying, all right, look, we did not create ourselves. Something else created us. So there's a creator. So the East and West have agreed that we will, respect the creator by respecting the creation. And so an agreement has been made. All right, we're going to increase the amount of life, more people, more plants, more animals, but you don't have to lie about carbon in order to do that. And the problem is that the group that was behind the carbon thing don't want to give up control to some new, entity that includes the rest of the world and not just the inbred elite in Switzerland.
Right.
And so they're kind of, this is their last little thing, but you can tell that the even the corporate media coverage is kind of low key compared to previous years.
Yeah,
So
you can barely find it.
something fundamental has changed. And I think, this will be unfolding over the coming months.
Yeah, I think for the first time too, I've seen a couple articles break through the censorship wall about CO2 and the truth about that's what plant life is based off of, and that the whole concept has been kind of like many other times in our lives. They needed a boogeyman and they used the CO2, and it's just too many people are coming out and fighting back and saying this isn't true. This isn't real. They're basing all this off this. But again, they want another transfer of wealth. And you've been talking a lot about the actual wealth that is out there that is kind of a myth, and it's falling apart in real time.
Yeah, I mean, there are two things. There's reality, and then there's a digital representation of the reality. And what's happened is the people who control the digital representation, i.e. the numbers in bank computers, thought this was reality, and they could control reality by controlling the digits. But and so they wanted to give everybody a number and a mark of the beast number and say, we'll control everything. We can see what everybody spends, whatever. But, the real world has rebelled against that, saying, no, we don't want these people to tell us what to eat or you know what I mean? Like all that kind of stuff. So and then they went off on a kind of giant hallucination with these derivatives and stuff. And I've seen numbers like outrageous numbers. Like the biggest one I saw was, I think, 46 zeros, which is like a decadecillion or something. Anyway, it's, you can take all the atoms in the universe and you won't get that number. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. But this was sent by the Vatican people, and it's just all these derivatives, even like, mainstream commentators are now saying it's like 2.5 quadrillion. Whatever, it's thousands or millions of times more than the real world, and this whole thing has got to be unplugged. And the problem is that the Western financial institutions, the central banks and stuff, they have been, dealing with the Asians, and the Asians agreed they gave them up to 1,000 times leverage. So they take for the big example was in the Lehman crisis in 2008. Remember the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, they went over to the Asians and said, look, we're going to change our ways. We're going to have this black communist guy as president, and everything's going to be good now. So please give us some more gold. And they bought 700 tons of gold, and they used that to create 750,000 tons of worth of gold-backed bonds. And this Lord Blackheath brought this up in the British Parliament. It's not a secret. But anyway, that created $23 trillion, and that allowed the Obama show to go on. That money ran out in 2020 in January. Literally centuries worth of goodwill built up by Western medicine with this giant lie, and that's blown up in their faces. And then they tried this big Ukraine war, which basically, my view is that it's like they're taking all their weapons to the pawn shop to keep their show going a bit longer, because I talked to Russians and they said that all the synagogues in Ukraine and stuff are full of weapons. And they said to the Jews, well, why have you got all these weapons? And they said, well, it's just business. The Ukrainians are selling them to us and because they don't want to use them. And so we're sending them to, we're selling them to Syria and other places. So in other words, they're taking their final bits of property, to the pawn shop. They're selling off their weapon stashes, and even Pentagon spokesmen are admitting that they're running through their weapon stashes. So it's really that this Ukraine thing is blown up, and I don't think they have anything left now at this point. Unless, and this is the big question mark, they pull out their secret space force. Because I've heard repeatedly that these UFOs are actually human anti-gravity technology. And I actually met a Japanese industrialist, introduced me to an old gentleman who was a weapons specialist for the Japanese Imperial Army during World War II. And he told me he had ridden a Nazi flying saucer in Manchuria towards the end of World War II. And I've heard other people, and I keep talking. I've talked to these people who are connected to these guys, and I say, come on, if these are real, come out of the closet and start selling flying saucers to the Chinese and everybody else, and we can all ride them and get from New York to Tokyo in 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm hoping they'll come out of the closet, but so far it's all just, videos in the sky. It's not here now yet, but I'm hoping it'll happen.
Yeah, I mean, not that long ago, probably a year, in an interview, Jeff Bezos was talking about anti-gravity machines that he was working on with Blue Origin and all, and people, and that the people were gonna live on them, and then that interview got totally wiped off the internet, within 2 days. So
something, it's like we're under some sort of quarantine, or I don't know, but and the other one that they're not releasing is hydrogen. I mean, all this talk about electric vehicles, it's, they banned studies, like it was a Finnish study that they tried to wipe off the internet, showing that there's not enough lithium on the planet Earth to replace all the cars with, electric batteries.
Right.
But the fact is, the Japanese have been working on hydrogens forever, and the technology is there. You can run cars on hydrogen. You can fill them up right away, just like gasoline, and they'll run for 800 miles or more. The problem is they can't centrally control it, because anybody with a solar panel can generate their own hydrogen. So that destroys their central control paradigm. And that's why they've been suppressing it. And that's, the sort of thing. If hydrogen is released as an energy form, that would make us all the equivalent of millionaires,
Yeah, what's so crazy is everything that you say, it goes back to the same group of people. But the good news is, I think, because of people like you and other people like you out there, that most of the world at least has a large group of people that are aware and looking at them. And yet I was looking the other day, the World Economic Forum and the UN and all their partners, World Health Organization, IMF, if you look at their websites, they're all doubling down on this global governance, that the only way forward is global governance. And they even mention on the World Economic Forum website, the guy in Hungary, Orban, and Trump and Bolsonaro being like problems, because national sovereignty is no longer going to work going forward. So they're pushing with that. They have Biden is involved in announcing this UN ARCOM and agenda upcoming. People don't even know it. So they're still pushing for a globalist regime that the people don't want. And I don't see how this doesn't implode for them at some point soon, because they're getting so desperate as to really put it on their own websites that this is their plan, and that we're going to just have to go along with it. And that's not going to happen, but they won't stop.
No, it is. Look, the UN is a privately owned corporation. The IMF, the World Bank, all this is, the WHO, all that is definitely goes back to the Rockefellers and their control grid. And they're, fighting tooth and nail to keep control. They still have, control in Switzerland. But you can see with Switzerland suddenly forgot that they're neutral and started going anti-Russia. They really kind of pulled all the stops. And the UN too, they revealed themselves as not really a world body, but a bunch of bribed and blackmailed pseudo leaders. With I'd say you can see this with some of these votes where they're obviously intimidated. They won't allow secret voting. So the UN is fundamentally compromised. So is the IMF, the World Bank. All that has to go.
Right.
The healthy parts can be kept, just like when a company goes bankrupt, the auditors go in and they find the parts that are actually making, that make sense to keep going on and keep all that. But a lot of that, especially the top ranks, has to be removed. And I think that's why the death of Evelyn de Rothschild is huge, because I believe now we're just down just to the Rockefellers at this point, and they're holed up in Switzerland. A lot of these other rats are deserting the ship. They're trying to go to Antarctica or other places. But really, there's nowhere on or off the planet for these people to escape to. It's game over. And at this point, truth and reconciliation is just not going to work. There's going to have to be Nuremberg-style war crimes tribunals. There's no way around that at this point. There's
Now,
too much anger.
Do you see that do you see anything out there giving you the sense that this is on the horizon? I mean, I'm seeing I live in New York City, so there's still people here that are walking around with 2 masks on and like social distancing, but they're the last of the vestiges. But do you see any on the geopolitical scale a push towards truth and justice? Because I'm sure you saw last week this professor from Brown wrote an article in the Atlantic, Amnesty,
Right.
should be forgiven, and I'm saying, well, they're admitting it now. So
Yeah, they're saying, oh, you know, no, I mean, look, I was told that the Reiner filmmaker, again, pardon me if
Yeah, that's I know.
He stated these tribunals about this whole thing, that the intelligence agencies are watching this, and the good news is that people in the NSA, the MI6, you know, the white hats in the Western military intelligence agencies get it, and you know they know that this has to change, and they've been watching these tribunals and they've been gathering evidence, but at this point, I think a critical mass has been reached. Now, the other thing is, of course, Israel. We noticed that there's been supposedly Benjamin Netanyahu came back into power, but my own sources say that that's not the original. This is some kind of avatar, but since then, there's been like a cone of silence over Israel. And I noticed the Mossad website, Debka, hasn't renewed for more than a month. So I think they're just waiting. They're ducking. They're keeping their heads down there, and they're waiting to see what happens above them. Because, you know, they were founded by the Rothschilds, and the Rothschilds have lost power. So it's like they're waiting for something. I think a lot of them, you know, they're still, I mean, the religious fanatics think it's some kind of end time scenario, and the rest are saying, you know, whatever. But they're keeping their heads down at this point.
Yeah, it's weird. All of the information worldwide, because you know it's all being censored and controlled as much as they can by the great narrative folk. But everything's kind of popping through, and nothing makes sense. Like that whole thing that happened here, huge distraction with Nancy Pelosi, and then they say to the whole country, like, "Sorry, we're not going to give you any information. This is nobody's business." And it's like people are at a point where they're sick of it. They're sick of the censorship. They're sick of the propaganda, and that's, I think, when it falls apart.
Yeah, and talking about Nancy Pelosi, I mean, two of my own sources say that her husband was arrested and taken to Guantanamo. But then you have these opposing factions in the establishment saying, one side saying, oh, it's a QAnon right-winger who attacked him. And then they have the other people saying, no, he was some kind of homosexual prostitute. And they're sort of doing that. And you can see the same thing with, you know, oh, they're still stuck in this paradigm where you have to be, Hegelian, right? You know,
right. Constant chaos. Each other,
instead of, you know, harmony and friendship, you know?
Yeah.
So the whole paradigm is broken.
Yeah, but I think that's what, well, at least that's what I'm getting. You say this and then you're like some kind of sympathizer of Putin, which, you know, whatever. But it looks like the BRICS nations, as you talked about for now a long time, that the BRICS nations are now being joined by 13 other nations. I guess yesterday was like Armenia, we got Pakistan, Saudi Arabia. So they all want to join that. And those people are talking about the multipolar world and cooperation and all of that. But then just like what you're talking about, then people say, no, it's Xi and Putin. They want the Great Reset too. They just want to control it. But that's not the messaging that's coming out. And watching all these other countries, and now it appears Germany, and maybe even Turkey too, joining them. What would we do?
Look, Germany, Turkey, Mexico, Brazil. Brazil has already been part of it. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the whole thing. I mean, basically, and now with the European landmass down, really, it's just North America at this point. England is not on. Has become independent for a while since Brexit. So really, they're circling the wagons in Canada and the United States, and that's it. And it's almost game over. I think there's some high level. I've been told there's some high-level negotiations going on, and I have actually been offered a diplomatic passport and invited to go to Switzerland to take part in these negotiations, but it hasn't happened yet. But if it does, I'll make sure it's public and not secret, and then everybody knows what's going on.
Well, somebody's going to have to go report on it because the rest of the world is watching everything. And I think so many people, thank God, the internet worked in a lot of negative ways against humanity. But in this instance, I think it's worked in a positive way because there's too many people watching what's going on, and human beings that are human beings first, not whatever their nationality is, saying enough's enough. We just want, like, how can we move forward? The whole concept of the UN was to end wars, to like collaborate, cooperate, have everyone have their prosperity and all, and it totally failed. But there's another way. And you've proposed many times ideas about this. And I've heard more and more about what you've discussed in the past here, which is regional cooperation, then global on the bigger scale.
Yeah.
You see that being like evolving behind the scenes anywhere?
Well, again, I mean, the plan I put forth is that we move forward like a small hunter-gatherer tribe, because, our ancestors throughout if you believe in evolution, the millions of years, they lived in small hunter-gatherer tribes. There was no dictatorship. It was like a small family. And what I have proposed is you have replaced the UN Security Council with representatives from 7 groups, and that is North and South America, Europe, including Russia, China, East Asia outside of China, India, Africa, and the Muslim world. And then you have a majority vote. There's 7, so there'll always be a majority vote. You won't never be split. And then the veto is only for your own region. And I know that this plan is actually being seriously considered, but at this point, we're still waiting, but I'm hearing that stuff is going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. And I think that the people left are not going quietly into the night. So, I don't have timing for it. I know that there's been talk about it, but nothing's happening yet, except that they're waiting for everything to collapse, the old system to completely collapse. And that hasn't quite happened yet. And there may be a bit of temporary hardship for the people in the United States as this implodes. But I think that the important stuff like food and shelter will be taken care of. So don't worry about it too much if all the zeros disappear from your bank account.
Right, which they are certainly pushing towards the central bank digital currency and the ESG score and conflating it with Bitcoin. So a lot of people out there, something's going on here where there are a lot of people not working, but somehow surviving. I think that they're getting this class of people that want more stimulus checks to get as much onto the government dole as possible.
I know. And I'm aware of some young people here, for example, who think they have these huge amounts of money in cryptocurrency they got by investing their student loan, and that they won't have to work forever. This is a hallucination. That's not the real world, folks. The real world, folks, is if you don't wash your dishes, you get a sink full of dirty dishes, and so someone's gonna wash the dishes,
Yeah. Well, we have to start also reinvesting in our countries and our education and putting out, they've for 20 years in America, they've put out people that can't think, don't have critical thinking skills, don't want to create anything, don't want to fight for the country. So, we have a lot of work to do on the other side. I agree with you. I think there's going to be a hard period in America because as much as we're seeing the financial numbers and all that, I don't think the average person, other than filling up their gas tank or going to the market, is seeing a scale of, I think we're going to have a period of time that is very difficult here.
I went through that cold turkey when I left Forbes magazine. I only had to write like 12 articles a year or something, and I got this huge paycheck, and it was destroying me. And then when I became free and I had to either, swim or sink, I just got a lot happier and healthier. And so everybody's going to go through a temporary, cold turkey, but then their life's going to be a lot better. I promise you.
I agree with that. I think on the other side of this, no matter how hard it is, we can build a world without this entity. Because if we don't get, you've said it all along, if we don't get the demonic entities that have kind of infiltrated our entire planet out in the open and taken care of, but once we do, there's nothing to stop us from living our fullest lives as the planet, everyone in cooperation.
I think people will be able to live for thousands of years when this is all over. And they'll live like millionaires.
Great.
All right. Well,
Well, tell my audience first before you go where they can find you. You have multiple things going on now. You have a weekly show, and then you have your column. So tell everyone where to find Ben Fulford.
Please support my work by going to benjaminfulford.net, and I'll keep providing the truth. And again, for those who can't afford it, after the subscribers get things first, but eventually I make it for free so that everybody can see the news.
Yeah, well, great. Well, hang in there. Come back and fill me in when the next. Whatever happens next, we know something.
We should probably talk soon because I expect a lot to be happening over the coming weeks.
We will. Thank you so much, Ben. Take care. Stay safe.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah.
Bye-bye. Hello, Patriot Pals. I am here again to talk to you about something that's concerning me, and it might be concerning you. This is something all of us are starting to feel on the front lines, which is the controlled demolition of the US dollar and our economy. Right now, if you go to the supermarket or you go fill up your car or just your day-to-day expenses, we are seeing an average of $6,000 in bigger costs across the board for each American family at this point. Our 401ks and our pensions are being decimated, and there seems to be no end in sight, at least not right now, because we are at an 8% inflation rate, and that does not seem to be the end of it. And that is a 40-year high. So we've never really seen anything like this in our lifetimes. What we've seen in 2021 and 2022 with the Federal Reserve and the printing of cash is an influx where 40% of the US dollars out there have been printed in the last 2 years, devaluing our dollar dramatically. The rest of the world right now is strongly considering returning back to the gold standard and leaving the reserve currency of the US dollar behind. This has been a result of the sanctions in Russia and other sanctions by our government on foreign countries that no longer trust the US dollar. And I think the best thing we can do is know that we have to weather the storm. We have a financial storm brewing. We are going to get through it. America will prevail. But in the meantime, I really am suggesting, as I am doing myself, to protect your savings, protect your 401ks and IRAs. And the great way to do that for me is gold and silver. I've been working with Beverly Hills Precious Metals for a little over 2 years. They've been really great with me and my family and friends. They have experts in different fields and different avenues. And if you go to our partners page and you go to Beverly Hills Precious Metals, you will find a real person who knows exactly what can be done to help you in whatever circumstance you're in. Wherever you find yourself, they will meet you there. They will help you come up with a plan. You can have your gold and silver delivered to you. They also have a depository that's ensured that you can have your gold and silver there for you. And in the end, I do believe that America will succeed and we will rise again, and this country will return to the greatness and the beauty that we know and love. But in the meantime, we have a storm ahead. It's very uncertain. To learn more, please go to the Mel K Show Partners page and find Beverly Hills Precious Metals and contact the experts there to find the best path for you and your family to protect your savings and to prepare for whatever's ahead. God bless you. God bless America. And please take care of your family first.
With me today is the legendary Gold Bug, editor of the Golden Jackass newsletter, Jim Willie. And we're going to talk about, I guess, the world situation. Now, first, I'd like to say, Mr. Willie, a man by the name of Dr. Michael Vandermeer, also known as Dr. Michael Mehring, he was the head of MI6. He was a great fan of yours, and he kept telling me I should talk to you. It never happened, but I'm glad we're finally having a conversation. So please introduce yourself to people who haven't heard of you.
Okay. The Golden Jackass website has been altered since 2019 to be Golden-Jackass. We've got an upgrade. I've been at this now. Next April will be 20 years. So I'm in my 20th year now. It's the longest job I've ever had. And I have a rather humorous bio, if I can remember. I got a doctorate in statistics, and I am unencumbered by the limitations of economics credentials, which means I don't have an economics degree, and therefore I'm not cockeyed, I'm not perverted, and I'm not corrupted in my view of money and banking. You could say that I'm a student of the Austrian School of Economics. I've actually met Kurt Rickenbacker, which is actually pronounced Rischebacher. Kurt Rickenbacker, the German, a year before I started the newsletter. And it was really quite interesting the week we had together. But I've been doing this now for close to 20 years. I'm getting a little long in the tooth. I'm a statistician. I'm a marketing research analyst.
Okay.
And I don't practice statistics anymore. I'm a
Well, you
financial
know,
analyst, economist.
I think
Economist.
83.6% of statistics are bogus. That's always a joke.
Well,
But
I know how to lie with statistics, Ben, but I also know how to debunk a lie and
sure.
point out blatant lies. And that's how that's how I cut my teeth in the first 2 years of the
Sure.
newsletter.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's, 2 plus 2 is 4. There's no doubt about that. But the problem is when you're looking at the real world, are there really 2 and 2 or are there not? And so what's happening with economics, a lot of it is they're using bogus reality to make fiction, because they're not actually looking at the real world when they do all their.
I agree. At Harvard University, the University of Chicago, 2 plus 2 is 5 or whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to ask your take on the U.S. economic situation, where it's heading. What do you think is going to happen?
The world economic
The
situation?
U.S. especially. But
the U.S. The U.S. is heading, and it is gradually deepening a hyperinflationary depression. We got the first taste of severe price inflation with the lockdown and the interference with the supply chain back in 2021. We've really not emerged from that. We've not repaired the supply chain. By tightening on interest rates, we're not going to improve the supply chain. That will not address at all the price inflation. It'll make it worse. The big banks are insolvent institutions and they therefore cannot lend. They've resorted to pilferage and theft in the commercial real estate market. So we've got inflation, we've got recession, and I'm going to say something that's easy to defend, but very hard for people to believe. I believe we've had at least 3 consecutive years of minus 10% recession.
I would agree with you because the statistics for inflation are bogus. And because of that, everything else, the GDP, everything else is a lie.
Everything else, the lie in statistics converts to the lie in the economic growth, GDP. And I believe that lie is like 6, 8, 10%. 2 years ago, it was about 10%.
Yeah.
So if they say we're even, Steven, on the economy, we're minus 10% recession.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I cut my teeth on in the first 2 years, relying on John Williams' shadow government statistics. The jobless rate. Well, just look at the participation rate and take 1 minus that. The GDP is absolutely absurd. We're in a vicious recession, and we're not going to get out of it ever.
Yeah. Well, I was very disappointed that the Chinese agreed to keep financing the circus in Washington, D.C. And this is what people don't understand. I told the Chinese, please cut these people off, but they're having their big summit now, and the Chinese, they told me, look, they know that the Biden is just a puppet, but they're making a deal with these people because they're the people in power, and the fact is that it's in their interest to keep the can kicking down the road for the U.S. government because they keep offering China everything they want in order to stay in business. So it's in China's interest to have this current bankrupt U.S. government begging them for money every few months, and then because they can force the American people to hand over, for example, I've heard they're going to actually de facto hand over California to China, and that's how they got money to keep their show going.
Well, I believe if they do that, they're going to put a cattle prod under the White Alliance to react.
Yeah, and
it may not be anything legal.
No, I mean they're selling stuff they don't own. Like they hand over control of Australia, Japan, New Zealand, ASEAN to China in the previous attempt to get money going, and then they announced some kind of new trade agreement, which basically hands the area over to China. But these countries haven't agreed to that, and
well, let me offer a rather difficult question. You think China is playing along and kicking the can down the road, down the U.S. alleyway, because China needs to have the can kicked down the road, since Evergrande cannot be resolved and probably will bring down their entire financial system.
Yeah, I mean, they copied the Japanese system that was used after World War II until the 1980s. And that was to use real estate as a basis for their financial system. So it's a real estate backed financial system. But they got to the point where it would take 44 years of someone's entire income to buy a house to live in. And then about 20% of the houses in China nobody lives in them because these rich people buy them as investments. And if they lend them, they become used. So it's dysfunctional, and there's no way around that. I mean, they're trying to boost other sectors of the economy, but yeah, the Chinese have this problem and they're not dealing with it yet. But they are aware of it, and they are trying to.
Okay, but my point, Ben, is if they cut off the United States for funding, I believe that would mean that China would also fail. So we're tied at the hip in a horrible relationship. They need their exports to the United States. They need the export trade. They don't have bankruptcy procedures. So Evergrande is going to decay right in front of their noses without any resolution. Okay, that's my view. And I've seen like a PDF file with 30, 40 different graphs about China, and almost all of them are horribly negative. So they cannot do a full stop either. And,
Yeah,
I'm amused by this story of handing over California. I am absolutely amused by it. Let them try. Let's see what happens. Let's see how it goes over. Let's see if they start teaching Chinese in schools in California and make an extra tax to go to Beijing and call it the Chinese tax. Let's start a revolution in California. Let's get on with this. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
It is, and they are asking that they start teaching Chinese in the schools. So that's one thing to look out for. And the other thing is, you're going to look for some kind of announcement about a climate change agreement with California. They'll call it something like that. But basically, they're handing over the United States to the Chinese, and it's not going to end well. But I think at this point, it's going to be, it's going to be up to the Western white hats to put an end to this, and that is going to happen. I think it's going to take the form of war crimes, and that will lead to, a takedown of these people. But they're not going to go quietly into the night. And
no. But at the same time, Ben, don't you think that the U.S. financial system is heading down, the toilet bowl? And if the Chinese keep funding something that's going down the toilet bowl, then it's kind of like jumping into a lake with cement shoes. It doesn't work. You can't float. There's nothing to float. It's all insolvent. The Chinese need to break away from the United States, or they're going to go down with it. And I think they're going down anyway with Evergrande. They've not resolved anything. It's been 2 full years.
Well, yeah, except that you have to remember that there is the rest of the world, and that is doing quite well. Most of the world outside of the West is actually fine, and the Chinese are moving that way more and more. So,
Sure.
From their point of view, it's better that the West stay under the current incompetent management and keep slowly sinking, so that it just naturally all come their way. So
I understand that kind of logic, but they're going to need to keep funding the United States, and it's not going to improve. We're going to continue raising interest rates. We're going to have some bank failures. Bank of America is already in tremendous problems with just enormous number of complaints for getting money out of deposits. And, pretty soon we're going to have unrealized $1 trillion portfolio losses in the big banks.
Yeah, no,
they're supporting that. It's not going to work. It's not going to end well. It's like having a a bad son who's got a gambling problem, and he's also got a drug problem, and he's got every kind of problem, and he's got the mafia after them, and you keep financing his credit card. You got to cut it off.
Yeah,
It doesn't
was
work.
a frontline reporter during the Japanese bubble, and at the time, I remember the difference between the growth in bank loans and the real economy was such that it had to be. I knew that mathematically there was 100 trillion yen worth of bad debt. And that's about $1 trillion. And the similar thing exists now. And at the time, the Americans were lecturing the Japanese. The Japanese were covering up by keeping everything in their books on the price they paid for, not the current price,
Right.
mark to market.
Right.
And the Americans were lecturing the Japanese. You have to mark to market. And they were able to cover it up for about 5 years before the whole thing imploded. And the United States, they're doing the same thing now. They're hiding all the losses, but if you have all these loans and government bonds you bought at 0% interest rate, and now the interest rate's 5%, they're worth like less than half.
They're down 45%.
Okay.
Yes, but now we've got new U.S. government debt that's additional trillion every 5 months. If you look at the amount of debt that's increasing, you're in the situation now of crack up boom and Ponzi scheme all rolled into one, and we're not getting any results from new credit. It's an implosion that's going on right now. They're doing billion-dollar patch jobs in the middle of the night to keep these big banks liquid, and oh gosh, I just don't see any solution, and I'm amazed that the Chinese are dumb enough to keep funding when.
Yeah, I mean, what
are
really
they asking? What do they want? An impeachment trial? Is that what they want for the end of Biden? They want us to get rid of him ourselves?
Well, that's what I mean. It's going to be up to the American people. But what you need to do and is have a jubilee. You need to have a complete reset of the system. Like shut down all the banks, and then the idea that I've been pushing is that you, as a part of a reboot of the system, you give everybody ownership of their current residence. Remove all the mortgage loans, and if you're in a rental place, you're going to own it. And then use government money to pay like little landladies who need the rental income. You pay them the equivalent of rental income in government money, and everybody will have no debt and own their own residence. As a way to start the system again. And then you'd have to have bean counters to go over and find out what's really exists and make sure the financial system and the real world are closely aligned. Right now, as you know, it's a giant hallucination for most of the big banks.
Yes, it is, but everything is breaking, and everything is breaking at the same time. Right now, I'm watching the Treasury bonds break. They had failed auctions. August was a joke. We gave money to our friends in Europe. They bought the Treasury bonds. We're now having to switch over to short-dated paper in order to get any bids at all. They had a tremendous failure on a 30-year Treasury bond auction. I understand your view somewhat for the future for a kickstart, but golly, we got to deal with our reality, and our reality is a Treasury bond default, the BRICS nations in rebellion. Our big banks are failing. And, it was 2 weeks ago, we had two different big U.S. banks with over 100 basis points for the credit default swap. That's the bond insurance. We're about to have at least a couple big bank failures, even though they're keeping things liquid with I call it the 2 a.m. multi-billion-dollar patch jobs. This is not going to, we don't have the luxury to plan for things like that while we're busy imploding.
Well, I've heard from a lot of people that we just have to wait until it implodes before any change is possible. But
yeah,
it is imploding. There's no doubt about it. And
it can't stop it. Can't stop it. Bank of America, I think, is going to be the first one. The complaints are off the chart now for getting money out. The theft, the big banks can't make any money. They're not lending. They're insolvent. So they're resorting to pilferage of commercial property. They're not rolling over, the 7-year mortgages or whatever. I got one story. Ben, and it's from an upper Midwest $200 million property. And I know a client in Texas who's good friends with one of the 4 owners. So he had $50 million in line for this very big property in the northern Midwest. They lost it. They couldn't roll over the mortgage. That's what the big banks are doing now. They're conspiring not to roll over mortgages. Okay, this is not going to end well, and I'm just amazed that doctors aren't getting shot and bankers aren't getting shot. I'm really amazed.
You know, I have to agree with you.
It's horrendous what's happening. I say they're trying to destroy everything. They're trying to destroy life. It's animals, it's birds, it's insects, and now it's people. They're trying to destroy business, supply chain, your job, small business during the lockdown. I got a friend, Ben, in Los Angeles, and he has 3 different clothing stores. All his competitor big box stores were open. He was forced shut with fines. They turned off his electricity. They want us to be poor and happy and obedient. And I say, screw you. So, you know, we have to let the system implode. And I believe during the implosion, there's an awakening by the public. And I've heard that the Biden approval rating is under 10%. I'm not really sure what the white hats are waiting for. I don't think they're going to get civil disorder and civil war. I heard a long time ago that Black Lives Matter and Antifa have been defused. I don't know what they're waiting for. I think what that might be, and I don't know this for sure, they might be looking to clean up a lot more generals and admirals in the military. They might be waiting for an event like a divining rod that will definitely put you to the left or to the right. If you're to the right, you think Trump's commander in chief. If you're to the left, you're going to be looking for the Biden orders for more destruction. Have you heard about the Admiral Inish or Ishin in the Mediterranean who refused to follow orders off the Israeli shore? He refused to follow the orders, and he's waiting for the commander in chief, Trump, to issue orders. Okay, this is the sort of thing that I look forward to.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, the only hope is that the military white hats finally do something. And I think they have been frozen by the fact that they also have a monthly salary that needs to get paid so that they can live. And they're worried about being cut off their, you know, monthly stipend.
Exactly.
And so they have to realize that they're going to have to take control of the money-making machinery. That means taking over. You know, I see the Fed buildings that all, you know, locked up and stuff, but that's not where it is. It's where the computers are. You have to go to the computer center. I was taken on a tour of the Bank of Japan. You have this nice old fancy building where all the Bank of Japan people hang out, and across the street there's a computer room. And I was in there once. This is a long time ago, like 7 supercomputers, and that is where the yen lives. And there's a similar thing to the dollar, and they got to find that computer center and grab it, and then they can do their military coup and still have their monthly payment. You know, that's what they need to do.
I agree. When you have a problem with the bank, sometimes the answer is not with the agent talking; it's with the computer system that's in control. You get the programmers to control your computer systems. But you know, the Federal Reserve, there's a different battle going on there. They're battling for the money printing machines for pallets to send them off, you know, on aircraft to Ukraine or whatever. There's a cash issue and there's a computer money issue, banking issue. And you know, I feel sorry for the generals. If they don't obey, they're defrocked. If they don't obey, they lose their income. They lose their pensions. Well, they need to get together. They need to contact the, you know, America First. Okay. Mm-hmm. One thing I noted, Ben, I just want to pass this. When Trump had his inauguration, January of 2017, I noticed that he used the phrase America First about 15 times. And I noticed 5 years earlier, it was about 2011 or 12, right around there, I heard that in Idaho, there was a jamboree, a conference in Idaho every year. And it was like a jamboree for hot dogs, beer, and, you know, clowns and rodeo and just have a good time, maybe show off and have a contest for goats. But it was 500 dismissed U.S. military generals and admirals who organized America First. So what Trump was saying is he got recruited and hired by the dismissed generals from Clinton, Baby Bush, and Obama, and there were a lot of them, a lot more than 500.
Yeah, I remember something happened though in January 2020 because all the military left the Trump administration, and I heard that Donald Trump himself went to Mount Cheyenne, and then after that we have, before that they have an actor who is playing Trump, and you can tell the difference because he's white around the eyes and he had loose jowls. The NSA told me about him, and suddenly we have this on our TV screens. We have a different Trump suddenly reading a different script where he's saying, "Oh," and I think they're running a sophisticated disinformation campaign to this day where they have a fake Trump out there acting like a Pied Piper, leading these patriots down a dead end, or and preventing them from, draining the swamp. And that's what. And the sign I hear is that the real Trump, he looks better and he appears with Melania. And the one that you're seeing you never see Melania with him because he's not the real Trump. But something has to be done about that actor and the whole fake show in Washington, D.C., where Biden and this actor are, creating these endless arguments that go nowhere. January 6th to Russiagate. It's a huge circus show, and they need to unplug it. Unfortunately, the Chinese
shit show. Shit show.
And the Chinese just gave him money to keep it going, which is really pissing me off.
Well,
but
it'll take an implosion. The center of their power is the banks and the medical centers. Okay, we got a two-headed fascist monster here. It's banking and it's medicine.
Yeah.
And right now we're seeing medicine discredited, Ben, in a very, very big way.
Yeah.
We're seeing the banks not discredited as much as rendered insolvent and abandonment.
Okay, and here's something also I think people have trouble understanding this. They don't understand why the US dollar is not collapsing. And this goes back to 2008 when they had the Lehman shock. At the time, what happened was the Americans showed up in China with these Ameros, these rainbow colored bills and big pallets, and said, look, we're going to switch from the dollar to the Amero, and it'll be 2 Ameros for $1. And the Chinese said, hey, we're not going to take a 50% haircut on all these dollars we earned. And what they started to do is they quarantined the euro dollars, the dollars held by people outside of the United States, from the dollars newly minted by the United States. And there's been a battle ever since. The people who make dollars inside the United States launder them through the stock market. That's why, for example, Tesla is worth more than all the other auto companies in the world combined, because they're pumping the money through Tesla to try to launder it into the real economy. And so there's this dichotomy, and they can't resolve this battle. It continues. But they're quarantining more and more and more the U.S. dollars from the inside the United States from the ones outside. And that's the situation. And that's why the dollar is strong internationally, because there's a limited amount. And they can only make new dollars when they actually export cars or something that really exists. Do you understand that? Do you think that's? I mean, that's what
I think there are several factors at work. That could be one. I'm not too familiar with that. You're talking about the old dollars, like we had in previous conversation. The old dollars, I think, before Bretton Woods, the old, before the Federal Reserve notes came in. The old dollars are better. It's like the old dimes, the old quarters. They're worth more than the new ones. Okay, I think we're seeing now like a boycott internationally of new money from the dollar sources.
Yeah. And
that's why you're seeing in Long Beach, in California, you're seeing a rejection of treasury bills, because it's all regarded as new printed, reeled out treasury bills that are worthless. I have a different view. I don't think it contradicts. I think it goes side by side with your point. But when foreign central banks sell the Treasury bond, they're vacating their dollar reserves, and therefore their currencies go down. When the Japanese sold about $180 billion over a 12-month period ending in October of a year ago of Treasury bills, Bank of Japan, they bought gold. So they vacated their dollar reserves and their yen went down because they vacated the dollar reserve. So that's a big factor too, and that's really at work in every continent. Well, yours may be, the undercurrent, and my point about Treasury bonds could be above the table in a visible manner. But when the French and the Norwegians sell Treasury bonds and they buy gold to replace the Treasury as a basis, they're doing harm to their own currency because they're lowering their dollar reserves. And everything is based on dollar reserves now for central bank activity. I have to come up more to speed on your factor because it sounds intriguing and very real. And there are a lot of moving parts here. How about just the other moving part of money laundering from trafficking? That is a very big issue. It could be between $1 and $2 trillion a year. That is a very, very big amount.
Yeah, no, when the Taliban they shut down heroin production by 95%, and even the Russians are giving credit for that, right? But what's happened is they moved all the heroin production to Iraq, and that's why they have American soldiers in Iraq to keep the heroin business going.
Oh my gosh! I didn't know that.
And the other thing, I've been talking to the cartels, right? And they're telling me that their poppy production is being attacked because the Rockefellers want to sell fentanyl instead. So there's even among the
there's
drug
a narco war. It's a global war for narcos.
But I tell you something, and I got to give this credit to the Mexican narcos. They've said that they no longer produce adrenochrome. They won't deal with that. So they're not. So now I'm hearing that they're actually, upend the entire
blow away electric vehicles.
And I think
can't
China
sustain themselves. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was given an invoice. I was shown an invoice for an electric car that would run 70,000 miles, and it cost $50,000, but to replace the batteries after 70,000 miles would cost $30,000. It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
And the Chinese went all into this battery technology. They completely switched over their automotive system to that.
Dead end.
But it's hydrogen, and the Japanese have started producing the hydrogen, and that's going to change everything. So something is happening.
A new global leadership position for Toyota. Here we go again. Okay, you know the old argument. You need 500 tons of ore in order to produce one lithium battery. I mean, this is absurd.
Yeah.
Absolutely absurd. It's a dead end.
But
I've been talking about hydrogen cars, Ben, for 2 years. And I think I got it right.
Yeah, well, we'll see. But, something is happening. But, again, what we're dealing with are these hidden controllers like the P3 who and we have to expose those people. And I've been trying to do that. So, the forensic trail, whenever I actually meet these type of people, it always goes back to Switzerland. It goes to the area around Lake Geneva, where you have the WHO is headquartered there, the UN stuff is headquartered there, the Bank for International Settlements is nearby there. It's these people hang out around Lake Geneva, and that's where we need to take action. And I've heard the Swiss are on the case, but it's like when you're fighting an octopus, you wrestle with the arm, but you need to go for the head. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find who the controllers are who are putting these actors on our screens and giving us this fake show. But I think we're almost there.
I think we're almost there. And what I heard from, it was one of my colleagues, and I called him the voice because it was so influential and knowledgeable. It was 10 years ago. We parted ways. He's got all kinds of non-disclosure agreements. But he told me in 2012 and 13, Ben, that that the White Hats are going after the middle level cabal. And he told me in 2017, they've eradicated 80% of the middle level cabal. So they've left the cabal with a bunch of heads and a bunch of foot soldiers. And they cannot get everything done. So I think what they're doing is they're working their way up. If you want to make this a military analogy, they got rid of all the lieutenants, all the sergeants, all the captains, and now we're dealing with the majors, colonels, and generals. And we're working our way to the top, finding the head, and that's what we need to cut off and unmask.
I was told by the military something similar, is that when you're attacking an enemy, first you find their front positions, their scouts, and then you just work your way up until you finally get to the headquarters, you know. And they're doing it in
but
a
also
military...
the ammunition, the ammunition, the depots, you get them too.
Yeah. Well, you know, hopefully this will happen soon, but I don't know if, you know, like, if it's going to be the Donald Trump supposedly in Mount Cheyenne, or I personally, I like what I see with Colonel Douglas McGregor. Have you been following his work?
Oh, absolutely. I've been told that he will be in charge of the highest level tribunals of U.S. military generals and admirals. I mean, that would be an unprecedented event. And I give him a lot of courage. I mean, a lot of praise for his courage. I think he has to operate in a hidden manner because he's got to be a target.
Yeah.
But he could be a very influential person. And you know, I'm just going to throw something out there. He might end up being like the caretaker president from the military side for a period of time.
You know, the military tell me, look, military are not good at running governments. That's what they've learned. But what I've told them is, the military, what they can do is they can go in, they can clean up all the criminals, arrest and restore democracy and rules law, and give control of the money back to the people. And then they can go back to their barracks. And that's what they need.
Will also be in charge of the voting. Be in charge of voting.
Yeah, look, democracy works if people have accurate information and their votes are actually counted. Right now, it's all electronic fakery. It's nothing to do with the people, and that has to end.
I call it ambassador. He got an endorsement from Ambassador Dominion. we need to cut Dominion, get him out of the room. Ambassador Dominion. You know, have you seen the logo on Dominion?
No.
It shows kind of an S, and on the top it's red, and on the bottom it's blue, and then it says, "We change the way you vote."
Yeah, well, that's you know.
That's very clever.
It's
kind of like a hold up, you know. Yeah. Hold up, holding things up so you can get progress, or hold up for a robbery. Okay. The U.S. language English language is very versatile. I like the military not to run things. I like it to conduct tribunals and to run the elections, and maybe get in there and do some forensic financial analyses.
Yeah.
Like, where's the money laundering? That sort of thing.
Yeah. And speaking about forensic financial analysis, you know, for close to 20 years, I've been told about these giant caves full of gold in Indonesia and in Asia and stuff. And I've gone to these countries to look for it. And I think it's all BS. Because you see, when they ask people, what backs your dollars? They say, well, we have these giant gold caves. I've asked them to a simple test. Take a recent vintage newspaper and take a photograph with it in front of the gold. They can't do that. And I talked to for example, a Japanese retired head of a major financial institution. He spent 20 years of his retirement using old Japanese military maps to look for gold that was supposedly in the Philippines. And in those 20 years, with the actual Japanese military gold maps, the total he found was like 1 ton. Not these thousands of tons they talk about. And, you know, in Indonesia too, you keep hearing about it, but nobody can provide the proof. I think it's a BS story that they pulled out when they ask people, what's backing your dollars? And I just haven't been able to confirm this gold exists.
I've heard that Trump has recovered a couple, I call them troves. If they're giant, I call them a trove. I heard Trump has recovered 2 or 3 troves and Fort Knox. He wrestled it back. There was some, battling between, troops guarding whatever. I've heard Marcos has a tremendous amount. There might be 5 different mountain vaults.
Yeah, you keep hearing it, but again,
I know, but I've seen some paperwork too, Ben. But I'd like to see pictures. I was curious about, are there any pictures of the big tunnel between Istanbul and Jerusalem? There was supposedly 100 miles chest high of gold valued at $1 quadrillion. I think, well, that's all very nice. It sounds very nice, but much more real is the 750 plane loads, Hercules plane loads, that were vacated out of the Vatican. And I think it went to Greenland.
I did see lots of pictures of mummified popes covered in jewelry and stuff that were taken out of the Vatican. That's for sure. But but the point is this: that okay, if there's no gold, there's no gold. We don't need it necessarily. It just has to be something that really exists. It can be grain, it can be oil, it can be silver, and we need to get an inventory, of the real world, and then, lock the financial system into that. Because all these years, I've heard all these stories about these giant treasures, and I haven't seen any proof. And I've been looking. I've flown, and checked and talked to these people, and they just can't prove the gold yet.
Have you met any white dragons?
Yeah, the white dragons is it's a group of white hats that okay, I'll have to admit, I sort of started it. Okay, what happened was, when I was inducted into the Asian secret societies, they asked me to contact Western white hats, and I went to the Russian embassy in Tokyo. I talked to MI6, I talked to CIA, and we built up a network of people who agreed that there's something fundamentally wrong with the system, that we need to change it. And it's a Western white hat group, and it's I'm
talking today with renowned Canadian Japanese journalist Benjamin Fulford.
Thanks for having me on, Anna.
I'm very happy to have a chance to talk to you, because my viewers, they love you. You are famous in Poland. Many people read your reports every Monday. So people have questions to you, but I have my own questions too. About Japan, about Canada. I want to explain some stuff about Poland, and I'm very curious about what you think about China, because you speak Chinese, you speak Japanese, you know people from secret societies. So I'm very curious, what are your thoughts on Asian developments?
Okay, well, we'll start with that. Now, the first thing you need to understand is, if you live a long time in a place, people are the same everywhere. Once you get over the little differences, and there's all kinds of people, but I think the best way to think of Asians is just another kind of European. I mean, and they don't have hostile intentions. They just want to be friends. And because they're hardworking, they have built a lot of economic power, and they're trying to use it responsibly. That's sort of the short answer.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. People are, I used to live in Japan for 30 years, like you do. So my question is more about politicians and politics, not about humans. As humans, we want peace. We want prosperity. But my questions are about China. What you think about China, what you know about China. For example, last time there was a fire in Hawaii, which burned down Lahaina city. The same time, we had also reported, I watched Rees report. Maybe you're familiar with Rees report. I watched it. It said there were 2 Chinese satellites who can use directed energy weapons above Lahaina at that time. So my question is, do you think it was China?
No, and let me explain why. I have been involved, as you mentioned, with secret societies, and one thing that the Chinese have asked the Western secret societies is that Hawaii should be once again an independent country. Unlike other U.S. states, they didn't vote to become part of the United States. They were conquered by mercenaries working for a pineapple company. But anyway, the point is that if the Chinese, the place that got attacked was where all the native Hawaiians lived. And all the millionaires and billionaires' houses were left alone. Only the poor native Hawaiians who happened to own really good real estate in a really good part of the island had their homes burned. So why would the Chinese attack the people who support them in Hawaii? You see what I mean? It doesn't make sense. And why would they leave alone the billionaires' houses? So they don't have, it doesn't make sense. I know they're trying to shift the blame on China, but if China was going to attack somewhere, they would attack Washington, D.C. or something like that. They wouldn't go and attack native Hawaiians.
Yeah, because it was anyway globalist agenda to convert Lahaina into smart city. So they have that plan of 15-minute cities, and they want to burn down places like in Canada, in British Columbia, right? They burn down places and they want to build smart cities, 15-minute cities.
Okay, now in Canada it's different because the places they burned were in the middle of nowhere. This was more about creating a fear campaign for their new climate change agenda. They want people to be scared, so they need fires and floods and other things to make them scared, so they would obey their rules for climate change, which is what they're trying to do now that the pandemic failed.
What people in Canada think about Poland being upset about recent developments, Justin Castro applauding some Ukrainian Nazi Jarosław Hunka soldier.
Here's what you have to understand. A lot of the Ukrainian Canadians, fled at the time of the Tsar. They fled persecution, and they have sort of deep historical anger towards Russia. And there's a very large community of them. Most of the other Canadians couldn't care less. So what happens is the politicians, they go for the one, they can get all the Ukrainian votes just by listening to them. So they listen to them because it's politically useful. And then the rest of the Canadians got brainwashed. But the problem is that their own propaganda blew up in their face because they also spent all the years after the war attacking the Nazis on TV and movies and stuff and making the bad guys. And suddenly they're supporting a Nazi. And then people are starting to realize that many of the Ukrainians who came after World War II, I'm not talking about the ones that came more than a century ago, were Nazis. They were involved in large-scale massacres of Polish people and Russians and Jewish people and all sorts of other people. They were very bad people, and they kind of took over the Canadian government, unfortunately. It's a big disaster for Canada, but I think the Canadians are waking up, and the Jewish people are waking up. They're finally realizing that, the Nazis were themselves Sabbatean Frankist Jews who are not real Jews because they enslave the rest, which is something that a normal Jew would find appalling. But it's all coming out now. Their propaganda kind of contradicted itself. So on the one hand, they're saying the Nazis are bad, and then the next hand, and then they start saying the Russians are bad, and then we find out that they're working with the now. Anyway, they're all confused, and their propaganda is falling apart, and people are waking up.
That's good. That's great. In Poland, not many people are waking up, but I think maybe 10% of Polish people wake up. It's better than in Japan, because in Japan, I think it's like 1% of Japanese wake up.
No. I mean, a lot more Japanese refused. Well, let me talk about a scandal that happened with the New York Police Department. 10% of the police were corrupt. 10% of the police were like completely clean, and 80% were scared of the corrupt 10%. But when the good 10% took action, then the 80% went with them. And so something is happening like that in the world now, where the white hats, the good people, are taking action, and the 80% who are scared of the bad people say, finally, let's go with them. So
Okay.
we're reaching a turning point.
Okay, yeah, I think, you know, we may witness Red October this time, because you know that we're gonna have this emergency broadcasting system test today. It is scheduled on federal level in US, and recently news from all over the world are saying that maybe Donald J. Trump is gonna be selected for Speaker of the House. So something is brewing, something is going to happen.
Yeah, there are some signs, some very big signs that, for me, a very important one was the UK Defense Secretary said, we're going to send troops to Ukraine. And then the Prime Minister said, no, we're not. So that is a very big thing. It means that the UK has changed power, and the people who are in power now, who are above the Minister of Defense, do not want war in the Ukraine, and they want peace with Russia. In the United States, I've heard something similar has happened. That's why when Zelensky went, I call him Vladimir Zelensky because he's a Russian, and they say Volodymyr, and they change the spelling. That's a bunch of BS. He's a Russian Khazarian mafia gangster. He's not Ukrainian, okay? But in any case, he went to the United States, he got no money. And this is very important because without money, it's over. It was being laundered, as you know, through the Ukrainian central bank to cryptocurrency exchanges, and then used to bribe politicians and generals and stuff. Now all that bribe money has been cut off. And, you know, thing about mercenaries, okay, is they're only mercenary if you pay them. If you don't pay them, they're not going to fight for you. And so they've lost everything just like that without the money. So it's changed. Yeah, something has already changed, and the signs are coming out more and more.
Yeah, this is very good news. If they don't have money for wars gonna end.
Now, I have a question for you. I've been told by my Russian sources and by British sources that they've agreed that they're going to allow a Polish-Lithuanian confederation. That means that Lithuania and Poland and large parts of the Ukraine will become a new country. Are you seeing anything like that on the ground?
You know, from the beginning of this Ukrainian-Russian military operation, from the beginning, we heard from Polish President Andrzej Duda that he's gonna just dissolve borders between Poland and Ukraine and make one country out of Poland and Ukraine. Now they speak opposite. They say opposite things, but I think puppet masters had that plan. They have that plan to join some countries. Probably because BlackRock and Vanguard they want some part of Ukraine to be their own, and they want to control it. They cannot control it if Putin is controlling it, right? So they want it.
Okay, no, let's understand it.
We are different. We have different cultures, and mixing people, mixing countries is bad for nation. It's
Okay.
it's creating chaos.
All right. Let's start. There's a few things.
I'm not able to tell you because the position of Polish so-called government is changing, depending where the wind blows. You know.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to tell.
Well, okay. The thing that I've heard is that the reason the Russians have a huge army, they could just march right through the Ukraine and Poland if they wanted to. Instead, they're staying on their side of the Dnieper River because an agreement was reached a long time ago with the Illuminati that's where Russia would stop. That was the old line that was made between the Russian Tsar and King Frederick the Great way back when. And on one side of the Dnieper River, they're ethnically Russian. Most of the people speak Russian. They think of themselves as Russian. On this side, they think of themselves as Europeans. Now, as far as Poland and Lithuania and the Ukraine merging, I'm not an expert. I just know what I heard. And I know that historically, the Polish-Lithuanian Confederacy was as powerful as Russia back a few hundred years ago. And it got divided between Germany and Russia, and then Poland didn't exist again until 1918. But anyway, I think that when you're in a neighborhood of big bullies like Germany and Russia, it's better to stick together. But it's not for me to decide. I'm just telling what I heard, that they're going to unite those three countries into one. But that's just what the elite are saying, you know. Anyway.
Globalists, they want it. They put it in the news. We will see what happens, but it's not a good news for us if something like that they start pursuing something like that. Anyway,
I think it's the important thing is that and people go back to their normal lives, and I think that's what most people want. And I think that the new people on top, at the elites, they want that too now. So I think something has changed, and the people who wanted to destroy Russia and divide it into many little countries have lost. And the people who wanted to start World War III have lost, and some sort of peace is going to come. And that's a good thing. Now, the details, you know, I think that should be left to the people and to democracy. But what I'm hearing is that the Pentagon and the British Empire no longer want to fight Russia. They want to make friends with Russia. And the reason why is because they know, and the Russians know, that if the European people don't unite, then they're just going to become slaves of the Chinese.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? You know, we can always talk again.
Many other things. First, I want to just comment on some reports that in Poland we had a protest against the government. I think it wasn't just a typical protest. It was organized. It was arranged by, I think, George Soros and his puppets. So recently, people were paid to join the protest, and it was before the elections. It was just a political play, because we have two main parties who just interchange, and they work in shifts. So one time one party is ruling, and the other time the other party, and they keep the media, and puppet masters pay the media to promote one party or another. So it is very organized, and nobody else can get elected. I tried once with my party and we couldn't, and I know how it works from behind the scenes. But you were saying something about information you're receiving from Polish intelligence, and my people ask if do you think we have good guys in Poland or only bad guys?
I think that the good guys are stronger than the bad guys in Poland now. But you know, the easy way to spot the bad guys, I mean, you can kind of tell. I mean, if they drive around a whole bunch of black cars and they have a whole bunch of men with guns guarding them, they're scared. That means that they're doing bad things. They're gangsters of some sort. And if they're just walking the street, shaking hands, and not afraid of the people, that's different. The other way you can tell is if they have lots of money, they can't explain where they got it from. Then you know that they are puppets. So you know, follow the money, and you can figure out who's honest and who's not, and choose the ones who didn't accept bribes from the globalists.
So, following the money, what do you think? In what state is now Federal Reserve? Because Federal Reserve as a building in District of Columbia was covered with some white sheets. Yeah. And I am wondering, is it now reporting to Secretary of the Treasury, or is it nationalized now, or is it still private corporation?
It's been fenced off and closed for a long time. But as long as you see Jerome Powell on the TV set saying that he's the governor of the Federal Reserve Board and he controls things, then it's not about a building. It's about when you see these people on TV. So, for example, if you still see a Hillary Clinton actor on TV, it means it's not over. And as long as you see this Jerome Powell out there saying he's the head of the Fed, then it doesn't matter what happens to that building. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. I think it's much more important that U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was fired after he, postpone the bankruptcy of the U.S. corporation, which is what everybody needs on this planet, because they have been the source of terrorism and crime and all the problems of the world, and everybody is sick and tired of them. They've been constantly at war, constantly, creating fake terrorist groups as an excuse to steal resources. They have been creating biological weapons, and they're evil, and the United States got taken over by Satan worshiping gangsters. I know it's hard to believe, but it's now beyond a doubt. It's out in your face. You cannot deny it, and that means that we have to end the satanic control. That means bankrupting the U.S. corporation and just having a jubilee. We need that.
Yeah, let's see what happens with House of Representatives, who is going to be next speaker, because people, some news are saying that it's going to be Donald J. Trump.
All right, for me, I'd rather see the actor who's pretending to be Joe Biden being handcuffed and taken away in front of all the TV cameras. We know it's an actor, but it's the official position that matters.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for. We're looking to see an actual arrest in public of a lot of these people on the TV screens, not some secret tribunal that may or may not be happening somewhere. It's got to be for everybody to see. And that, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen now. We have a new head of the U.S. Army. I've heard that he was very close with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, there's a lot of question marks about him, but right for now, at the very least, you can say he's the lesser evil in the U.S. political scene as it stands now.
Yeah, and his name is General Charles Q. Brown. And you said recently that you don't believe in Q incidences.
No. What I always said was Q was Trump. Okay. That was a big Trump thing. That's all I was saying about Q. I never said I didn't believe it. I just said it's a proxy for Donald Trump. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because like Charles Q. Brown means, people call him CQ Brown. So CQ, it's like a message to us.
Yeah, there's a lot of these messages out there, So. Like, I remember they had this guy who's in charge of distributing money in the U.S. government, and his name was Cash Carey,
Yeah.
Like, and I think almost like they're joking with us or something.
or like this guy, Sam Bankman,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
guy who was banking for
Some
Democrats.
banks, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, it's just almost like farce comedy now. 15 years that I've been fighting these people.
Yeah.
So let's see. I think we can talk again soon, and because I expect that a lot will be happening in the next week. But I'd like to,
Yeah.
and I think that something will change in Europe too. If you ask me, I think that Russia and Western Europe will all join together as friends at the end of this, because make love, not war, is the new motto.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you very much. Thank you very much. And we stay in touch because lots is going to happen next week, right?
Yeah, so we can talk again. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm with none other than Fulford. A lot of people love you. You're highly requested on my show, Benjamin. You got your fingers on the pulse of the deep state, the occult, the whole thing, the whole shebang. I love bringing you on.
The big one is that on September 30th every year, the United States of America Corporation, and people who know that you're not a republic anymore, you're a privately owned corporation, they have their external payments deadline. That's when they got to pay money to the Arab states for oil and the China for knickknacks and all this kind of money they got to pay. And every year for the past few years, it's been a real struggle to find the money to kick the can down the road. And this year is unusual in many respects. So there's a lot of stuff happening all at once that indicates something is going to happen this year that hasn't happened before. So let's think about it. The Vatican Bank, or the Institution of Religious Works, announced that they were going to cut off all relations with external financial institutions on September 30th. Okay. Now, for people who don't know, the Vatican Bank, if you're one of the so-called leaders who appears at the UN, when you're elected or selected, a man from the bank comes with a little bank book and says, "Here is money for you." And if it's a big country, it's $1 billion. If it's a small country, it's a lot less. And say, welcome to the Rich People's Club. And the fact that this has been taken away from people like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, because that's who's been using that since the 19th century. That is huge. And then there are other things that are happening also with October 1st. As you know, the Russians have cut off gas to Europe, and that means that everything's going to shut down. The American government is not able to buy oil from the rest of the world. That's why you've used your strategic petroleum reserve, and it's down to 1984 levels. And the reason is they can't buy oil. They can't just print dollars and buy oil anymore. And that's happening at the same time. And now we have all these meetings. Right now, this week, we have the president of China, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi of India. They're all gathering in Kazakhstan for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting. And all the non-Western countries want to join with these people, the BRICS, so Mexico, Iran, Indonesia, all these big countries that aren't part of the G7 are all saying, hey, let's join this club. And Pope Francis flew to Kazakhstan this week, but he's not being allowed to meet. He won't be able to meet Putin. He won't be able to meet Xi Jinping. He won't be able to meet the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. In other words, it's like he's going there on a begging mission and nobody's giving him the time of day. And getting back to the Queen, I mean, she was the head of the Committee of 300, which was, by many people's considerations, the secret government of the West. However, I would have to say she was the head of a major European royal faction. And these were the people who were behind the global warming scam.
The climate change scam, right?
Yeah, but you know what, though? I mean, what happened was the group that put Bush Jr. in power, the Nazi group, I call them, they want the so-called useless eaters. in order to save the environment. And the group around the Queen, they said, no. What we can do is we can have a carbon tax. We'll pay all these third world countries money to grow their forests, and we can preserve nature. So they lost in the year 2000 when, even though Al Gore won the election, they basically were, threatened and forced to withdraw. But since then, the entire Bush clan has been executed, and the global warming faction, came back real strong. But now that
you're saying the whole Bush family, or just Bush W? And
the whole family is what I heard. I mean, Barbara Bush, George Bush Sr. Remember, when George Bush Sr. died, he wasn't given a full presidential funeral.
I remember that he had a wrinkled flag on his casket, and that stood out to me because that's a big no-no.
Yeah. There were a lot of signs like that. So and Barbara Bush, who was the daughter of Aleister Crowley, the Satanist, right. She died, so all these people are gone. But, and what MI6 says that, and certainly Charles III, I guess he's now called, is not anywhere near as popular. He's not liked at all. And he is almost, I've heard this from a cousin of the Queen. I've heard this from MI6. And the reason, I've heard all sorts of things. There was talk of some kind of huge earthquake in Japan. There's different dates, all in September. The point is, they're all before September 30th. It's sort of like they're saying, hey, if you don't give us our money, we're gonna, blow up your whatever. And it sounds like that, but I think that with the Queen gone, the public symbol now of Western power is the people around Joe Biden and Pope Francis. So if something happens, I would suspect it would be something to do with the Pope and with the so-called U.S. president. But I don't have any insight other than that. I hear several dates in September being bandied about by underground figures saying something's going to happen. But I think the rest of the world is going to hold steadfast and finally pull the plug on these people. I sure hope they do, and I hope they don't let them bluff their way. And they're not going to be able to start an all-out nuclear war. They've been trying that for decades, and it's just the military know that it's suicide, and they're not going to do it. So I don't see that happening.
Well, like North Korea, I mean, he responded by saying any kind of nuclear threats will have an automatic response. And I'm wondering, and in certain Denver, New York, they're telling people to get their bug out bags for a nuclear threat. So I'm wondering, do you think that's something they could use going into midterms? I mean, they're going to need something, Benjamin. Well, I feel they're going to need something.
Yeah, they're going to need some way to, if everything goes bankrupt and the government can't pay its bills, they're going to need some sort of excuse to have a military government. And you have, for example, Germany has announced the creation of a new military unit to deal with civil unrest that will start work on October 1st. So that's another sign for that date.
Where is it? In Germany?
In Germany. So they're expecting riots. That we're hearing that from the British government. And what they don't understand is if they're cut off from their gas and their oil, that's not just going to be a problem about people having to wear sweaters in the house. This is going to shut down industry. The British lobby group is saying 60% of factories will have to shut down, 80% of bars and restaurants will have to shut down. And that's going to happen all over Europe and probably in the United States too. Once they run out of the petroleum reserve, that's it.
The railroad and the UPS are going on strike. I think the railroad's going on strike on Friday.
Yeah. Well,
that seems like the beginning for me. I mean, this sounds like here we are. We're in it now.
Yeah. I mean, look, you have public opinion show that only 7% of people trust the Congress and only 11% trust the corporate media. That's revolutionary. So, these people are scared to death that they're going to be overthrown. They're going to try everything they can to prevent that from happening. But I really think that it's not going to be possible this time. There's going to be, if it's done well, if the White Hats take control, there will be an orderly transition and there'll be Nuremberg-style war tribunals. For example, the secret space program people are what we don't know yet. That's a wild card. Remember that on November 10th, just before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld appeared on TV and said $2.3 trillion were missing from the Defense Department budget. That's like somebody's earning $70,000 a year saying that $230,000 disappeared. That's the equivalent. So that money went to the secret space program, and I've heard they have anti-gravity craft, they have all sorts of stuff. And so what these people are going to do is the big question mark. So a good guess is a space event. But getting back to the Ukraine, when I talk to actual Russians, right, they're telling me that the whole thing is kind of fake. So, for example, the media is reporting a huge Russian defeat in Kharkov, and the Russians are saying, no, this was arranged to get more money. So the Russians pretended to withdraw to give the Ukrainians a victory so that they could go with their begging hat and say, hey, look, we're almost winning, give us more money. So they're saying they're both in on it, and it's kind of a fake scam to get money at this point. I don't know, but it's certainly not what it seems to be, and there's plenty of evidence that's a lot of green screen, and they're using old Hollywood footage. So that whole thing is some kind of fake incident. And
they're using the media, which is really public enemy number one. The media is what's being used and always has been used. You may differ with me. I think the moon landing was fake. That's just my opinion. I think it was bullshit. But I mean, they've been using Hollywood forever. I mean, the mainstream media is the number one war tool, right?
Yeah, and the problem is the computer graphics has gotten so good is that you really don't know what you're seeing on the screen, if it's real or not. And they're putting out so much fake stuff. It's like smoke and BS coming out everywhere. But I know that something fundamental has changed. Here in Japan, for example, there's been a huge crackdown on the Unification Church, the Moonies or whatever. And it was long known by people who actually get real information that they control the government here. And they were set up by Japanese intelligence together with the Nazis after World War II, because they were saying, well, we're still going to fight this war. And they kept their submarines intact, and they were running the world drug business to refinance their takeover. And the Nazis did take over the U.S. after 9/11. The Patriot Act is identical to the Nazi Constitution, and so you have a Nazi government in the U.S. since then. I don't know now, but probably still. Now, the other big question mark, of course, is what's going to happen to the Rockefeller family. They try to hide, but the fact is that Hillary Clinton is a Rockefeller, Bill Clinton is a Rockefeller, Mark Zuckerberg is a Rockefeller, John Podesta is a Rockefeller, et cetera, et cetera. They're Jen Psaki, they're all. And they own the Fortune 500 companies. So what's going to happen to these people? Are they going to lose control of the Fortune 500 companies? That's the big question mark I want to see answered, because they're the people who own the U.S. branch of the Federal Reserve Board. And their fate is, they're the people who control the fake Biden administration. So we want to know what's going to happen to them. That's a big question.
I've heard rumors and whispers that Biden passed away a few weeks ago to a couple months ago. Is there any truth in that? Have you heard anything about that?
Look, I've heard he passed away years ago, and the fact that there's plenty of videos showing there's like some guy wearing a rubber mask. And remember, there was a press conference with the British Prime Minister where with Boris Johnson, where Biden was saying, yeah, I used to act in this movie and that movie, and they said, oh, well, stop the press conference.
Yeah, I remember.
So they've got actors playing the part. He's just a front man for the Rockefellers, and you can tell that because before he became president, the Rockefeller family news outlet, the magazine Foreign Affairs, outlined exactly what Biden was going to do. It's there, and the first thing they did was when he got in power is he cut off the Keystone Pipeline, which is Canadian oil going to America, and they're saying no, we don't want that because it wasn't controlled by the Rockefeller oil interests. It was nothing to do with U.S. security. I mean, come on, it's definitely a no-brainer to get oil from Canada instead of from Saudi Arabia. You
Absolutely.
know what I mean?
Right, 100%.
So there's something. So I think the people who took over the Federal Reserve Board in 1914, 1913, they're fighting for their lives, and it's going to be they're not going to go quietly into the night, and they're going to try to do all sorts of nastiness. But, you know, all these meetings happening in Kazakhstan, and then the Queen's funeral. You see, the reason why I think it was planned long in advance is because every power broker on earth is going to descend on England, I think around September 19th or something. That's for some kind of big powwow. And then you have the UN General Assembly. So, you know, I suspect that we're going to see something, maybe the biggest thing since the end of World War II. I don't usually like to give dates because then the date comes and goes and nothing happens. But certainly we're going to see bigger than usual October surprise this year. That much is for sure.
Something's looming, no doubt about it. Do you think, as we approach these midterms and the railroad strike, the UPS going on strike, I've heard that there are illegals coming through the southern border that are not only military age, but military trained. And this is what I'm getting from my buddies that are on the Border Patrol telling me, Dave, that not only are these guys military age, they're military trained. And I've had friends at gun shows who are avid hunters and fishermen and this and that they're saying that the FBI and the ATF went there and told everybody, hey, these guys are coming in and they're buying up all the arms. Don't sell it to them. But it's too late. They're coming in, buying up all the high-powered magazines. I think, and this is just speculating, I think there's going to be some kind of chaotic event, just like the BLM riots and this and that. And I think they're going to use the people south of the border.
I have also heard, I also have sources in Arizona who are, very well connected, who are saying that there's actually lots of military age Chinese pretending to be Mexicans, and also a lot of Russians coming in. So something is going to happen, and I think that the White Hats are also going to make a move. They want to set up a new capital in Idaho. I've been keep hearing from them. They're holed up in Mount Cheyenne. So
okay, let's talk about that for a second, because that's what I've heard. I heard Trump shut down Mount Cheyenne, or not shut it down, locked it up with Mount Cheyenne with I guess the Q clearance personnel in there, and that they are really, that's who is in control right now, and the Democrats will actually be the ones to call in the military, and then the switch happens. Have you heard anything about that? Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I've heard something about that, and the question mark about Donald Trump, and what Trump supporters need to understand, is there is a Trump lookalike. It's the guy with the white around the eyes and the loose jowls who's going out and saying and all sorts of stuff to make Trump look deranged.
Is he working for the Black Hats? That Trump?
Yeah, that one is working for the Black Hats. There's no doubt about it.
So you're saying we have two Trumps?
Yeah, the real Trump, he's always the fake one. When he was president, the fake one was never seen with Melania. The real one was with Melania. You can look at the pictures of when he was president with him with Melania and when he's alone, and you can see they're different people. It's pretty obvious.
And I'm really confused about that. Well, not really, because it makes sense now, because I see Trump pictures where he's lost a lot of weight and he looks really good. He's giving a thumbs up. And then I'll see a fat Trump out there golfing, and he looks pale and sickly. He looks old and really fat.
Yeah, I think he's in Mount Cheyenne with the secret space program people.
So they would arrest the fake Trump.
Yeah, well, they should, and people need to have disclosure.
I'm confused. Would they arrest? Would the Black Hats arrest? I mean, because they're going to make it look with the FBI raid and all that. Are the Black Hats going to arrest the double Trump or the duplicate Trump, or will the White Hats arrest him? I'm not sure on that.
I think at the end of the day, it'll be the White Hats, or they might just make them fade into the background. But this whole FBI raid, it works actually in Trump's favor, the real Trump's favor, and it discredits the FBI. It was ordered by Joe Biden, and it's a complete politicization. Like, the FBI works for the Vatican, which was controlled by whoever, a bunch of Kabbalists, according to the Italians, who use this fake Pope Francis, and Armageddon, are still trying desperately, to do a Hail Mary pass, and they're religious fanatics. You cannot argue with these people. I've told military and intelligence folks, you can't reason with these people. You have to arrest them. You have to take them out. There's no other way. They're not going to just say, okay, yeah, you're right. It's not going to happen.
They're psychopaths. They're They're legitimate psychopaths.
Yeah, well, they're religious fanatics. They really do believe that it's God's mission to enslave the rest and then live like God kings forever. They cannot believe this is not going to happen.
But I mean, their God, which is what, Lucifer?
Yeah, well, there's different stories, but the big story that you usually hear is that, all this misery and suffering that exists on the planet is a sign that the God or the creator is evil, and we want to overthrow him and put in the righteous God, Lucifer, who's actually a good guy, that's the story. But if you look at what they're actually doing, it's not, they're not doing good. It's like when I went to meet them in Italy, they showed me this stained glass of a black sun, and it's like a black hole, and out of that comes light. So it's like their view is that for example, they blow up a cathedral, right? And then they get all this work building a new cathedral. So it's a good thing, that's the kind of thinking these people have. And it's just
what's your thoughts about the Georgia Guidestones being blown up? I mean, was that Space Force, you think, that did that? What's your thoughts on that? I mean, that looked like a white hat move. I mean, they hit the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, they knocked, I don't know, what do the things weigh, 19, 20 tons, and boom, they're gone. They disintegrate. I mean, and
I think it is a sign that some kind of major transition, and like I say, the timing is clearly planned long in advance. So yeah, some kind of transition is being planned, and here in Japan too, I've been talking to underground people who used to work a subcontract, and they're saying, yeah, there's been a change in management. Something's happening. So in Japan, they were planning a huge earthquake, bigger than Fukushima on the southern part, and that was canceled, they said. And the government is suddenly saying stuff that they weren't saying before. So yeah, something has happened, but we're not yet sure what. But
do you think that this is going to climax this year?
Well, the signs are stronger than I've seen any time since the Lehman shock, that something huge is going to happen. They may try to announce some kind of messiah type figure in an attempt to, take control of the world. They're going to try all sorts of things. I'm sure of it. But I don't know exactly what. All I know is that they have this payments deadline. They're making threats. They're doing everything they can to try to extend it. And the countries of the world are saying, no, we're sick and tired of you invading countries. We're not going to let you continue this show. And the fact that they won't meet the Pope, he goes to Kazakhstan, please, and they say, no, we don't want to talk to you. That's a sign.
Really, the country, I mean, the whole world's going to suffer for a time period for a while, but the country that's going to be ground zero is going to be America, right? Are you a big believer in the quantum financial system? A new currency or anything like that? What do you see coming?
There is already some kind of quantum financial system. I know this because when I go to the convenience store, the 7-Eleven ATMs, I can use cards that I could never use before. It used to be if you had a foreign bank card, you'd have to go to a couple of Citibank locations. It's the only place you could do it. Now, you can go any convenience store and use any bank thing from around the world. So something has been put into place. And the reason why the dollar is strong is because they're not allowing any new dollars to be created. So the people in the United States who control the United States part of the Federal Reserve Board, they're still able to make dollars, and they can use them to pump up the stock market, to hand checks to people, but they can't use it to buy from other countries. There is kind of, and now, because they pump so much money without any reality backing it, that's why you're having hyperinflation. As even the official numbers show, inflation is at the highest rate since the 1970s. And if you look at the places like Real Stats that use ways to calculate inflation that they used to use, then it's the biggest inflation since the end of World War II. So
right. We're probably going to be seeing food shortages and things of that nature, especially with this railroad strike. And UPS, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, are food shortages going to be reality?
I think that's a politically motivated move to try to force regime change in the United States. I think these people it's not just a labor dispute. I think they're trying to help overthrow the current regime, and that's what they're doing. That's my best guess, but I don't have insight on that, inside information
So
on
you
that.
think that's more of a white hat move, manipulating
Yeah.
it so that these guys get out of there?
Yeah, to try to force regime change.
And you don't see Biden finishing up 2024, do you?
No, and I don't even know if these midterm elections are going to take place or not, because it's all rigged anyway at this point. So
Yeah, I'm hearing that the midterms could be pushed or kick the can, could be kicked down the road, and then military gets involved somehow. Did you hear anything of this? Do you hear the same thing that I'm hearing?
I hear that, but we still see people like Mark Milley out there, and so I think the military is not. I think they're split. So the real danger is there might actually be a civil war. I could see, if there is a civil war, I think you would see troops from Texas and the Midwest going into California to take over that whole Google, Apple, Microsoft complex there, Silicon Valley. That's what I would do if I were a military guy. I'd say go in there and grab the Silicon Valley and take away their control of the internet and all the BS information. And then you need to send some troops into New York to take over all the corporate media companies. And then one more to Atlanta, Georgia, to take out the AT&T information complex around CNN. You go to those three places and you can liberate America. That's my belief.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as always, Benjamin, I appreciate you. And one last question. When you said the secret space force, have you heard anything about, Trump's or the secret space force? Is it equivalent to Trump's space force? Does it match up, or is so many things been pushed into the secret space program that it's?
I think they might use Trump, but it represents a consensus among the military-industrial white hats, and Trump is the most popular person to lead them. But they have to, do something about all the negative stuff put out by his lookalike. That has to be dealt with.
So you're telling me that is actually a lookalike? It's his double.
Yeah. There's no doubt. Just take a look at the pictures with your own eyes, and you can see. There's
no, I mean,
white around the eyes and loose jowls. The other is a more orange hair and a tighter face.
Yes, I agree with you. I've seen the pictures, and I've made the comparison myself. I just didn't understand why the white hats would allow that. I guess because
Yeah, and I think maybe the reason why they removed Queen Elizabeth and put Charles in there is because they want a less popular figure to take the fall for the removal of the Committee of 300. We'll see. I know that the white hats are in charge in the UK for sure, and that something is going to happen, and that the good guys are going to win at the end of all this. But there's going to be a lot of chaos. I recommend everybody just go out and buy some rice and beans. It's real cheap, and that can feed your family for a month just in case things, freeze up temporarily.
How long do you think it could freeze up for, Benjamin?
Oh, I would say max a month.
A month? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Benjamin, thank you so much, and you're welcome anytime on the show. I really appreciate you coming on.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on.
God bless you. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
With Ben Fulford. Benjamin, you're a hot guest on my show. A lot of people love you. I just want another update. You got you're kind of behind the scenes with certain things that are happening, and there's so much that's playing out right now with MAGA. You could say MAGA or Trump, the House Speaker by proxy. It seems like to me, MAGA is kind of taking control of the House. It seems like we're going to stop the bleeding a little bit. There's a lot of things happening, and then you got Biden meeting in Mexico with the Mexican president and Justin Trudeau for the North American deal. What's going on here? What kind of insight can you give us of what's going on here?
Okay, well, at the very highest level, we know that the David Rene de Rothschild, who, according to Wikipedia, is the head of the French and English branches of the Rothschild family that own the Fed, ultimately, has agreed to surrender. And the person they're surrendering to is a European royal. It's not one of the people you've ever heard of, okay? It's not like Prince Charles.
When you say surrender, you mean
control of, okay, there's something at the very top of the financial system. There's a person known as M1. And this is apparently mathematically necessary to have one person control the money spigot for the central banks.
Okay.
And that was given to the Rothschilds way back after the Battle of Waterloo. And now, after like 250 whatever years, it's been taken away from them. So this is at the very highest level, something fundamental has changed. Now, the Davos World Forum, World Economic Forum, and they're gathering this week. And Klaus Schwab is the head of the Swiss branch of the Rothschild family. His mother's a Rothschild. And I listened to his speech, and basically, they're a little bit like Marie Antoinette before the French Revolution, saying, let's let them eat cake. They're saying suddenly at Davos, oh, well, you should tax us more, right? The fact that they've stolen literally tens of trillions of dollars through central bank fraud is like, all right, well, we'll tax us more. That's a little bit too little too late. But so that's happening at a higher level. And that means that at a lower level, and that includes the House Speaker McCarthy, that things are also changing. Now, the biggest news today was that Jacinda Ardern, or Jack Ardern, the cross-dressing Prime Minister of New Zealand, just announced they're resigning. So that's good. And hopefully...
And when you say resigning, are they being taken down?
No, she made an announcement saying she's not running for election. She'll be quitting on February 7th. So it's an official announcement by her.
But I mean, but is someone forcing her to step down, or is she just?
Yeah, that's the assumption, and the same thing. Now, the story I heard is that Joe Biden is also going to be removed.
Okay.
And the problem is that, you see, if you look at the person who's been acting, like if you go back to when Trump was in power, okay, if you look at the videos of the press conferences, there's somewhere a young, healthy-looking Trump is there with Melania beside him. And there's other with an older guy with loose jowls with white around his eyes.
Playing golf.
Yeah, who's never with Melania, okay? The problem is that the person who's been acting Trump on everyone's TV set since January 2020 has been the guy with the white around his eyes and doing all sorts of stuff to alienate Trump supporters. Because,
so he's a deep state player, that guy?
Yeah, that guy, he works for the Rothschilds. He reads their script. So what they do is they take over the opposition figure and replace it with someone of their own, and they kind of, lead the opposition into a dead end. You know what I mean? They try to.
So what's the real Trump right now?
What I've heard, and my source is someone who is from the Secret States program. I visited his house. He has pictures of him shaking every president since the 1960s, and he's clearly a real deal guy. He says the real Trump is in the Mount Cheyenne military base in Colorado, and he has been there since January 2020 for security reasons. And if you remember, in January 2020, all the military members, ex-military who were in the Trump cabinet, they all quit. They all left. They moved out. And then the other thing you need to understand to figure out what's going on is that from the founding of the United States, okay, until 2020, the total amount of US dollars created was $4 trillion. In a few months after the so-called Biden took over, 16 more trillion were added. So that's 80% of all the money ever created since the United States was founded was just in the past couple of years.
Jeez.
And this is fraud, because there's no real economic activity backing it up. And they were pumping it into, to their controlled people in like Apple and Tesla and, all those guys, Google. And it was a final attempt by the people who own the Fortune 500 companies to stay in power. And at the same time, and now it's blowing up in their faces. People, the medical facts are, you can't dispute them. It's the fact.
I've lost friends already.
Yeah. And there's going to be consequences for this. And this is something, like I say, fundamental has happened. And we're going to see that in many ways. So the story I heard in any case was that there is a lot of people who don't like Donald Trump in the military. And there was a lot of opposition, especially if it was going to be that fake Donald Trump. At the same time, everyone was sick and tired of this fake Joe Biden CG show and actors, and so, and then Kamala, if Biden resigns, technically it would be Kamala Harris. But now I found out, okay, the way they're going to prevent Kamala Harris from becoming president is that her parents were both born outside of the United States. That makes her an anchor baby. And then according to the U.S. Constitution, she can't be president.
Can't be, right.
So that means that this Kevin McCarthy, who is a World Economic Forum puppet, but nonetheless, he has been forced to make a lot of concessions to patriots in order to get that position. So, for example, he's been forced to hold hearings about why the FBI was turned into a Gestapo to, suppress patriots.
But wait, maybe if they move him in as president, all that goes out the window. If he gets moved in as president, he owes nobody anything. I mean,
I think he'll just be an interim guy because he won't be the real power behind the scenes. So I don't think that's going to happen. I'm.
So what's Trump's move in all this? If he's in Cheyenne Mountain right now, like you say, what's his move? When's he going to surface? What's a plan of attack here? Okay, so McCarthy takes position. He's in there. What then? I mean, what kind of situation are we in then?
What I was told, and I'm not saying this. I was told by that source.
Okay,
that,
I understand.
They're going to have an election in March. Maybe I guess technically speaking, I don't think that there'll be enough time for that. But the idea is
election with McCarthy and who?
McCarthy would say, "Okay, I'm just an interim guy. Our democracy got hijacked by a bunch of Satan worshiping gangsters. We're going to restore democracy and rule of law and freedom of the press. And I'm just the guy overseeing that process. There'll be new elections, and then Al Gore or the real Donald Trump, whoever can run, the people can choose." The way it's supposed to be.
But you're saying Trump would probably run? The real
That's
Trump.
what I heard. The real Trump would run, as I was told by that source.
So they're using these documents that they found in this guy's next to his Corvette. They're going to use that to get into oust him, aren't they?
Yeah, well, you see, the problem is that everybody in power in the West had got there because they had some kind of blackmail, okay?
Right.
You had to rape a little girl or do something on camera, or they wouldn't let you get the job, even as, on November 8th, 2016, where a decision was made to overturn the plot to have Hillary put in as president and have Trump put in. And at the time, the military promised that they would hide any blackmail evidence they had against Trump if he went along with them with the military white hats.
Okay.
That's a different source saying the same thing. But
right, so you're saying that Trump originally kind of was a bad guy, but they needed someone of the lesser of evils to do this military operation. So they picked Trump and said, look, we'll erase all that other stuff that's on you. You run, you work for us now.
That's right.
Trump's like, I'll do it, right?
That's the understanding. And he was glad to have the blackmail card taken away from him. And I've even personally confirmed.
So he has to cooperate basically with the military.
Yeah. But I've personally confirmed with Queen Elizabeth II that the Rothschilds had a video of her chopping off a child's head and eating its heart.
Hold on. Time out. Hold on. You confirmed with Queen. You talked to her.
Let me explain how this goes. I was approached by a bunch of Asian secret societies who control a lot of China and other parts of Asia. And I went with their information to the British Embassy in Tokyo and handed a letter to be sent by a diplomat to Queen Elizabeth saying, I wish to negotiate with the Committee of 300. And then I got letters back from Queen Elizabeth and we started communicating. Okay. And I wasn't put in touch with the head of MI6, which is not the guy you see in public. And we've been back and forth. But I've confirmed, because this CG is so advanced now, I require handwritten confirmation that someone really exists. And so we've had handwritten letters back and forth. And then we've established secure communication. So I was told, that they had this blackmail over her. And they're very powerful in the military. They're also powerful in gangs. Anywhere where fighting is involved, then either you're strong or you're not. They don't, the military can't accept hereditary leadership because they'll lose wars. So they're very powerful. And so it's the military rank and file, the intelligence agency rank and file, the people who work their way up from the bottom, who are the white hats. And they're the ones who are leading the big cleanup.
So the cleanup is happening now. And have you also heard that there has been tunnel wars? Have tunnels been being blasted out? El Paso, Texas, where I'm at, never has earthquakes. And we've had 3 earthquakes, which I'm like, this has never happened. And I'm wondering, is that due to tunnels being blown out or things of that nature?
Yes. If you look at the when you see an earthquake, right, you have to look at the earthquake graph, and if it starts like this, boom, right, and then it's an explosion. That's an artificial earthquake. And if it's a natural one, it's like, and so if you look at the seismic charts, you can see there's a lot of these earthquakes are definitely not natural.
Or like acute, like boom, like.
So, for example, in Japan and the southern island of Kyushu, they had 6 huge earthquakes a few years ago, and each one, the epicenter was exactly over a military base, and they all had that signature. So this is a sort of sign you look for. But during the Cold War, they had huge drilling machines. They built giant networks because they were preparing to, move Dr. Strangelove, that movie, if you've seen it, and if you haven't, I recommend it very much. Was about how they're going to prepare to move the entire elite underground to survive a nuclear war between Russia and the United States. So they built this giant infrastructure of tunnels. I mean, it's hard to know how much is real, how much is not, but apparently it's a lot more than we've been led to believe.
So you think by March is when the shift is, we're going to really start seeing some major changes within our government? This could lead to tribunals?
Well, I'm hesitant to give a specific date because this happens and they come and go. But my overall understanding is that the balance of power has shifted decisively. You can see, but you have to look at things on the surface. So the resignation of the Prime Minister of New Zealand is a good sign. The selection of McCarthy is a good sign. We got to see more. We got to see the removal of Pope Francis a couple years ago.
Wow.
We got to look at the removal of Biden. We've got to see these visible signs. But certainly the Davos meeting has been very sparsely attended. And
I said there's a lot of people did not go.
Yeah. And then
is it because they're in fear of their lives or they've been taken down?
I think they're in fear of their lives, and both, but mostly they're in fear of their lives because there was serious talk about hitting Davos with a neutron bomb.
Wow.
So there's stuff going on, but we've got to stay vigilant until it's on the surface. And the other thing I've heard is that the royal families of Europe have decided that they're going to throw the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds under the bus, and ultimately there's a lot of good royals who think of themselves as being the servants of the people, the bottom of the pyramid, and they have a lot of knowledge, and they can be very helpful. So I think that some sort of alliance between the what they call the white nobility as opposed to the black nobility and the Gnostic Illuminati is necessary in order to solve this problem that we're all facing, which was that government in the West was hijacked by a satanic cult. And more specifically, and this is very important, it's what's known traditionally as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Okay. I call them the Khazarian Mafia. They also are known as the Jewish sect Chabad. They actually believe that it was up to them to carry out the end times prophecies. You don't wait for God to do it. We do it. And they actually believe and enslave the rest. And they say in their own teachings that each Jew will have 2,800 slaves. And so this sect needs to be removed. They're not Jewish. They're Satanists. And they are, they are the source of the problem. There really was a group that was trying to start World War III. They're religious fanatics. You cannot argue with these people. They have to be removed.
Wow, there's a lot here in this small segment. I appreciate you coming on, Ben. I know you're busy.
All right,
I
I'll
promise
conclude.
you.
Just say, believe it when you see it. We're not going to, say, oh yeah, everything's going to be fine, pie in the sky. We want to see it here and now. We don't want to just.
But we have good indicators right now that
Yeah, but
things are moving.
there are lots of good indicators.
Okay,
And,
so the next thing we should see is Biden being removed.
Yeah, for so-called documents, and then Pope Francis. Those are the two things to watch for. And then Trudeau in Canada. Watch to
And
see
Trudeau also.
Yeah, he's and he's being blackmailed, and he's destroyed Canada. So yeah, he has to go. And Freeland, his Nazi co-host or whatever you want to call it, the co-chancellor, she has to go.
Well, Ben, where can people find you?
BenjaminFulford.net. Your subscriptions support my activities and are most welcome.
25. Tomorrow, June 21st, is the summer solstice, and every year the Satanists like to have some big fire sacrifice event to commemorate the summer solstice. And obviously this year is the big attack on Iran, but it's blowing up in their faces big time. There's a bunch of reasons for this. First of all, the whole world knows that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying that Iran's about to get a nuclear weapon, and so we have to attack them immediately for more than 30 years. And so nobody's being fooled. Now, the other thing that we need to note is that on June 11th, Netanyahu was in court facing criminal charges, and he said, oh, I feel sick, and they postponed the court date. The next day, he nearly lost an election, a vote in the Israeli parliament, and lost power. So basically, he tried to start this Iran war in part to get, avoid going to jail, and also avoid a complete collapse of his regime, which would mean, of course, jail and war crimes charges for him and his cabinet, and they're very desperately trying to avoid this. But the bigger story here is that we are definitely seeing either a Donald Trump who contradicts himself almost daily, or two different power centers, each projecting their own Trump image. I prefer to think of it as the two power centers. Now, the proof for this was the director of U.S. National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was providing testimony to Congress that the CIA, the FBI, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the NSA, and all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies agree that Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon.
Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
So this directly contradicts everything we've been told by the Zionist-controlled press, and most importantly, these people represent the actual military power. Okay, so when they tried to use their fake Trump to get the United States to attack Iran, the military basically revolted, and they are backed by the people. An Economist YouGov poll showed that only 16% of Americans support fighting Iran on behalf of Israel. So it's really a very dangerous proposition for these people. Now, there are many other reasons why we can tell that there's two different Trumps. I mean, one day he says we're not gonna grab illegal Mexicans and other illegal workers who are working in farms and restaurants and other things, and then the next day he says we're going to deport them all. There are many 180% contradictions. We have him saying, oh yeah, we're going to negotiate with Iran, and then we have him saying, no, Iran must surrender unconditionally, etc., etc. And it's very clear now that the fake Trump is imploding. We have him saying things now that Fox News is completely unreliable and opposed to me. Well, Fox News has always been their main cheerleader in the corporate media, and suddenly they're the enemy. That should tell you a lot. I mean, there are many other things, but we're seeing is a real implosion of the Zionist control mechanism. Now, the other thing we do note is that we have been in touch. The Iranians have been contacting me quite frequently, and the main message I'm getting is that they support the Jews, they support the creation of a nation-state of Judea, which would include both the native-born Judeans, mistakenly called Palestinians, together with the Jewish or Ashkenazi immigrants as equal citizens in the new country of Judea. And they can go ahead and rebuild the temple if they want. So what we're seeing is the end of Israel. And because there's these days there's so many computer graphics and fakes, I tried to find out from my own sources if the attacks on Tel Aviv were real or just computer graphics, and I confirmed from a long-term resident of Tel Aviv as well as from a Japanese diplomat stationed there that Tel Aviv is being destroyed. It is not computer graphics, so this is very real. However, the Iranians have also told me they have a nuclear weapon and they're refraining from using it. This is very important because everyone knows Israel has nuclear weapons, but if the other side has them as well, then it is suicide for them to try to use it. Now, we also know that Netanyahu fled Israel after the attacks began, and while I reported that he had fled to Argentina, the latest intelligence from Mossad says he's hiding out in the island of Cyprus. But they were hoping that they could start this long-awaited nuclear Armageddon by having Iran destroy Israel, and then Israel destroy Iran, and then everybody destroy everybody. But fortunately, sane minds prevail at the top of the U.S., Chinese, Russian, and other militaries, including the Israeli military. And they're not going to go along with these fanatics. So the whole thing is imploding big time. My sources are now saying Israel is unlikely to last for another month in its current form. And even though President Trump says he's going to wait 2 weeks before deciding whether or not to attack Iran, that's just basically a cover-up for the fact that the military is not going to attack Iran on behalf of Israel. And if you look at this video, which I'm about to show.
Breaking news: Russia, China, North Korea, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey have all came out and sided with Iran in this conflict. All of them also have condemned Israel. All of these countries, specifically Russia and North Korea and Pakistan, will be supplying Iran with military equipment. Saudi Arabia said they will be closing off their airspace so that Israeli jets cannot use the Saudi airspace to attack Iran. But Iranian jets will be able to use the Saudi airspace. Turkey, the biggest power in the region, came out against Israel and said, quote, "They are the biggest threat to world peace. I should Vladimir Putin has offered to mediate peace talks. They pulled that agreement and then condemned Israel and Netanyahu. And Putin called Netanyahu a coward for fleeing to Greece." China and North Korea also came out, specifically North Korean Kim Jong-un, who says that they are ready today and now to provide air defense of Tehran in Iran against the Israeli Air Force. Pakistan also threatened the nuclear option against Israel and said they stand with their brother. Make sure to follow me for the newest updates on what is happening in this conflict.
As the video points out, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Russia, all these countries are aligned with Iran. And that means that militarily, Israel cannot hope to prevail, even if the U.S. Central Command tries to do something. They just don't have the power, and they don't have the support. Saudi Arabia is allowing Iranian flights to attack Israel over their territory, but they're not allowing Israeli flights over their territory to attack Iran. So that should tell people what's going on. But I think the bigger story is still that The United States corporation and its Zionist owners are bankrupt, and they're trying very hard to avoid declaring bankruptcy by starting World War III. And it's not going to happen. What is clear is that the United States in its current form cannot be reformed. They cannot save themselves from declaring bankruptcy. Discretionary spending is only 15% of their budget. It's not enough to deal with it. Even all these DOGE cuts were only a fraction of the debt. The U.S. now pays more money on interest than it does on defense. And remember, they shouldn't be paying any interest. The U.S. government should be producing its own money and not borrowing from Zionist bankers. So the United States is in a state of hopeless debt slavery, and there's no way around it. The Dragon family offer of unlimited or virtually unlimited funding is still on the table, but we just need to wait for this entire thing to collapse, and it will collapse. Now, all this Iran-Israel stuff, of course, as usual, has distracted us from many other important things that have been happening. So let's try to look at some of that stuff as well. The G7 had their big meeting this week in Canada, and they invited, a lot of other countries. But if I look at their statements and everything, they're basically not really influential anymore. The biggest takeaways I had was that Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada did not mention carbon credits or climate change, and DEI was removed from the list. So that indicates that there has been a fundamental shift in policy direction away from that. So that's a good sign. But Donald Trump showed up, but he refused to meet Macron and Zelensky. In other words, he did not want to talk to the Rothschilds in Europe, and left without doing that. So we're still stuck with the French Rothschilds and their little group of European and Canadian politicians under their control, but they do have to negotiate a surrender or some kind of deal, because nothing else is going to work. Now, the other thing that is on my radar big time now is that China is facing much bigger problems than I realized. As I've noted in my weekly report, we're now hearing reports in the Japanese press and other places that yes, indeed, China built more than twice as many houses as there are people to house. So that's a huge waste of time and resources and money they haven't dealt with yet. And now we're hearing that their electrical vehicle business has got the same problem. Way too much overinvestment. So what we're seeing is that the Chinese system for economic planning has produced enormous growth and done wonderful things, but they do have the tendency for great leap forward type mistakes. And so China also needs some kind of restructuring or bankruptcy declaration to, that just means that you cannot continue paying under the current format. You have to, go back and start from scratch. So China and the U.S. both need to have a jubilee. They need to reboot their respective financial and economic systems. And, the mechanisms are there, but so far the decision making hasn't reached the crisis level we need for it to happen. So it looks like we're going to keep watching an implosion of the United States over the coming month or so. I don't know how long it's going to last, but clearly there's still some, residues that have to be dealt with. Now, another thing that did cross my radar was that the U.S. military has been authorized to take action inside California. This is huge development. The Trump administration or the U.S. military is saying they're justifying this because it's a foreign invasion. They're probably right, but I'm hoping this will mean a white hat takeover of the Silicon Valley complex so that the internet can continue to provide us with truth and freedom of information and all the good things that it does. But overall, I think the conclusion we need to reach is that the situation with Iran is not going to lead to a nuclear war. The Zionists are not going to be able to start some kind of Holocaust event, and hopefully we'll see the flushing out of the fake Trump and the return of the real one. But you know, it's obviously it's obvious from the fact that we're seeing two different Trumps all over our media saying contradictory things, that a power struggle is still continuing, and it basically pits the Zionists against the rationalists, the people who, you know, don't want to destroy the world. So it is some sort of end game, and it'll keep playing out. So that's the situation now. And next, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. In regards to resolving the U.S. debt crisis, what would be the problem with reinstating U.S.-backed U.S. notes and paying off the debt with them versus FRNs, thus retiring the debt entirely as the bonds become due over the next few years, and just have the entire lending and interest scam be resolved in a naturally and orderly manner?
The main problem is that the United States has borrowed money from foreigners, people like China and Saudi Arabia and Japan, and that means that they cannot just unilaterally decide to cancel the debt, because it would mean a complete stop of U.S. external trade. It would lead to a huge crash landing in the U.S. economy. Now, the Chinese have said they're willing to write off all the U.S. debt and start fresh, and the other countries would also go along with this, but they're asking for an end to the United States of America Corporation as a condition for this, and its replacement with a new political entity. Now, this is a very reasonable thing, because the people who own the United States Corporation have, in fact, been financing terrorism, war, and mass murder ever since the World War II ended. They've killed literally tens of millions of people after World War II ended, and they've been financing terrorism. They're just a huge anti-social, warmongering entity, and the entire planet is sick and tired of it. So, you know, they want to write off the debt and then restore democracy and sanity to North America. You know, in other words, the United States cannot act alone, but the rest of the world is willing to help, as long as they get rid of the terrorists and messianic fanatics who have seized the highest levels of government. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Makes you wonder, if there were two British targets on board that Air India flight with material on the Bilderberg people, why don't they just off the two people with the Bilderberg information rather than taking out a passenger plane of 200 plus innocent civilians?
Probably because that's the only way they could technically pull it off. But, you know, these people are psychopaths, and they don't care if they have to kill 200 people in order to get their target. You know, they don't think normally. But yeah, rationally, you'd think that's what they would have done, but that's not how these people think. So it's unfortunate, but we're dealing with psychopaths who believe that mass murder is totally acceptable, and hopefully they will be removed from all positions of power soon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What do you believe was the purpose of Zelensky going to the G7 in Alberta, Canada?
Well, he was there obviously to try to get money, and he got €1 billion from the EU, and he got 2 million Canadian dollars from the Canadians, but he got nothing from the Americans. So this is not enough money to keep that whole fake show going. But notice how they are trying to distract us away from the loss of the war in Ukraine to this new one in Iran. They start trying to say, don't look this way, but the fact is that the Ukrainian regime is on its last legs, and the same is true of the Israeli regime. I think they're going to go down together. Anyway, Zelensky went on a begging mission and caught just a fraction of what he needed, and he failed to get a meeting with Donald Trump. So it was a failure for him. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you believe the election fraud will be exposed in Canada? Carney obviously cheated, and the Dominion machines have a Canadian link. Soros had an office in the same building as Dominion machines in Toronto. We know the 2020 U.S. election was fraudulent as a result of the false tabulation in the Dominion machines. What do you think is going to happen with this?
I think that the Five Eyes military and intelligence community is becoming aware that their civilian governments have been taken over by pedophile, blackmailed politicians, and I am working with the military white hats to try to restore democracy to Canada and the United States. And it's good to see that the FBI is now saying the 2020 election was stolen. So it's a big process, but it will include Canada, and hopefully, democracy will be restored to the Anglo-Saxon War when the dust settles. And it's up to the military police, military intelligence, and the military, because the civilian governments have become hopelessly compromised. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Kim Gogan has just posted her usual nonsense. I want to know what you make of this statement she put out tonight. It says, intelligence agency statement, their massive campaign began late last night, early morning. Pentagon is at DEFCON 1 as they hit, quote, the wrong button, which pointed sophisticated weapons straight at DC, Pentagon, and Langley within the last hour. Pentagon got caught firing weapons from Israel to Iran and vice versa. It is not the Israelis/Iranians, it's the Americans. There is another planned assassination attempt on fake Trump planned for tomorrow to be blamed on the Russians. We are in the full heat of things at this moment. We have this. Stay tuned and stay safe. I will do my best to get a report out in the morning, worst case out by the end of Sunday. In all the time I've been doing this, it has never been this bad. What are your thoughts on this statement?
I don't have her sources, or I'm not sure if it's a her or artificial intelligence, but what is clear is that there's been a huge push by the Zionists. It's sort of like what they call a Hail Mary attempt to get out of their trouble by starting World War III. They've called in all their agents. I forgot to mention this during my talk, but both the Iranians and the British intelligence confirmed that, as well as Mossad, that a huge number of senior Iranian officials have fled Iran to Canada and the United States. In other words, this big attack kind of blew open their network in Iran, and so now what's happening is their network in the United States is on full hysterical start the World War III mode, and they're exposing themselves, and it's a very dangerous time. But it's not about the Pentagon attacking Iran. It's about a faction that has influence in all the Western countries as well as Israel, fighting against the sane, rational people in the military and intelligence establishment who understand that no matter what, we must not let them start Armageddon or a nuclear holocaust. And the Iranians are aware of this too. And I also, another thing I neglected to mention is that the U.S. aircraft Nimitz has been sent to the Middle East. Now that's the fourth aircraft carrier. You notice that we've not seen any more reports about the Eisenhower or the Carl Vinson or the Truman. It's like they've disappeared from the news radar. I think they're basically being turned into useless hulks. And the warning I got over the Nimitz is that they're going to use it for a false flag. The Israelis are going to try to blow it up and blame it on Iran to somehow try to fool the Americans into starting war with Iran. No matter what these people do, we must not let them fool us into killing each other. That's what they want. It's not what we want. This is going to end. We're watching the final implosion. So just, try not to get too distracted by negative news and concentrate on, all the good stuff that is happening and will continue to happen. These people are on their last legs. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Israel will finally end and will be replaced by the nation state of Judea, and the United States corporation will be replaced by the Republic of North America. That will, once again be a sane, law-abiding, friendly country to the rest of the world. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week.
Last week, or this week, the Supreme Court once again rejected the Brunson case, which basically is a sign, a public sign to the world that the Supreme Court is no longer actually involved in the business of justice. Now, we know for a fact, or at least we're very confident, that several of the judges are being blackmailed. And what we are dealing with here is a complete hijacking of all government institutions in the West by a satanic cult. This is obvious to most of us by now. And what people need to realize is that going through their court systems and asking for justice would be like the sheep in a farm, saying, hey, we sheep just had a vote and we decided that we don't want to go to the slaughterhouse and we'd like you to remove the fences so that we can wander around freely, and that's not going to happen unless the sheep, I'm sorry, but the fact is that criminals have hijacked the United States government, and it is obvious to anybody who is actually, even slightly paying attention to the news. The only people who are trying to keep the lid on all this are the ones who are involved in the cult that seized power in the West. And, we know that these are Satanists. Now, I also heard a very interesting thing, or read an interesting thing from Archbishop Vigano, who's a genuine Christian and Catholic. Doesn't mean we agree on everything, but he said something very interesting about the fact that he claims that John Podesta wasn't involved in the removal of Pope Benedict, or Maledict, as I like to call him. Now, John Podesta is a son, or was a son, of Lawrence Rockefeller. I'm told by my military white hat sources that he was executed at Gitmo, and that they may have an actor playing his role now, but his son's still around. And so here we have an archbishop saying that a member of the Rockefeller family is controlling the papacy. This is very revealing. It shows that we really are dealing with a group of gangsters who have seized the very highest levels of power in the West. And they were hoping to turn the entire planet into a giant animal farm, but have failed. Now, we also know that the so-called Joe Biden is their puppet. Remember, if you look at the members of his government, they're all, the important ones are members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is controlled by the Rockefellers. And his policies were laid out in their magazine. Now, this group, though, does not control the U.S. military, or most of it. And this was proven when the so-called Joe Biden went to the Ukraine last week, and they had to ask the Russians to please not attack while he was there. The commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces would not have had to make such a request. He would have merely informed the Russians that their leader was going to Kiev and that the U.S. Air Force would be protecting him. So he does not have military protection. But we still want to know why the military aren't moving in more and just, putting an end to the show. It's not that difficult. In a military terms, it just means going to the headquarters of the places like BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and Banking and the Rockefeller Foundation and just taking over. It could be done with 5,000 troops. And then, restoring real democracy with real freedom of press and get real people elected who would then take over control of the, creation and distribution of money. That's what needs to be done. And that's what we're going to have to do. Now, the reason that Donald Trump, was forced to leave office in January 2020 and then go into hiding and then be replaced by a controlled opposition actor. We all, the Trump we've been seeing since January 2020 through his words and actions has proven is also visibly different. Go back to, and you can see, if you compare the videos from before 2020 to after, you can see it's a different individual. In any case, and we have in Canada as well, we have a proven criminal, Justin Trudeau, who is trying to block the fact that he profited enormously from, and he personally profited from this, and he's trying to get the members of Parliament to swear the secrecy oath before they look at the contracts the government made with places like Pfizer. Well, no. This is a crime, and the only reason they want secrecy is to hide their criminal activity. We need to remove these people. Now, the reason I went from being a Forbes mainstream journalist, saying we must do what the United States says, to someone who's trying to overthrow the people who own the United States, is because I saw democracy being hijacked in the year 2000 election. And I started warning about things like 911, and they fired everybody, who was a real journalist from the corporate media, and only got propagandists. Now, it's not just me, it's you, okay? They personally, these criminals are being kicked out of Africa and most of Asia and the Middle East, and they're being slowly but surely strangled through an economic blockade. They cannot get oil, they cannot get commodities unless they pay cash, and they're running out of cash. So we're close to the end game, but the Western people need to understand that they no longer have democracy, they no longer have rule of law, and they no longer have freedom of the press in the corporate media. They do have it on the internet, and I have here the thing given to me by the NSA, to show that they support freedom of press and that freedom of information, and we've got to thank them for allowing people like me to use the internet to tell the truth. But we need to go further now. It's time to end this show, and the sooner the better. I keep hearing, soon, maybe, watch for March, but, we're all running out of patience, and it's visibly falling apart. You have the situation now where people in Los Angeles are told not to leave bottles of water in their car because someone will break the windows. We have a complete collapse of law and order. We have an open border with military-age Chinese men crossing in huge numbers into the United States. In Europe, they have already, actually reached a deal with Russia. That's proven by the fact that they, started buying Russian gas. They ignored the boycott because they really